Nobody's here.
Just a minute. Oh. All right, we will start in the next minute. I'm waiting for... Okay. Commissioners, we're about to start. Can you come in, please? We've got Commissioner Smuckler, Commissioner Chernoff. We're waiting for our other commissioners to come on. Will my colleagues please join me? All right. All right, here comes Commissioner Florimon, which will give us a quorum. Madam Clerk? Yeah, he's right there. Okay. So we do have a quorum. The time is 6:15 on the dot. Today is Tuesday, January 21st. City Commission meeting. Madam Clerk, can you please do the roll call?
Commissioner Chernoff?
Here.
Commissioner Florimon? He's here. Commissioner Florimon, I see you. He's present. Commissioner Jean? Commissioner Smith? Present. Commissioner Smuckler?
Present.
Vice Mayor Lin Su?
Present.
Mayor Michael Joseph?
Here.
Mr. Mayor, quorum has been established.
For our next item of vacation, Pastor Greg Williams from Holy Family Missionary Baptist Church. Can you come on down?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, giving honor to all of you, giving honor to Madam Clerk and our city attorney, our city manager, most importantly, our residents. Let us go before the Lord in prayer. Lord, we come before you today because you are God and there's none above you. You are our Alpha and Omega. You're our beginning and our end. You're our joy in the morning. You're our peace that passes all understanding. You're the one that's never left us or ever forsake us. We come tonight, God, because we want to honor you and give you glory in all that we do. We ask you, God, that you forgive all of our offenses that we've made in our lives and that you would watch over us and keep us. You said in your word, if we confess our faults one with another, you're faithful and just to forgive us. And with that, God, we're so very grateful because you're just that kind of God. You're a forgiving God. Father God, we come to thank you for your many blessings. We thank you for blessing this commission. We thank you for blessing this city. We thank you for blessing us as we go in and as we go out. And we appreciate the many blessings keeping us in your perfect will and never, never, never leaving us. And with that, God, we want to thank you. But God, we come with requests in our heart. We request that you would bring civility and unity into this meeting, that you would bring peace, because you said in your word, blessed are the peacemakers because they are the children of God. We come as a city united to make a difference for the citizens and for this community. Father God, we know that this is a new year. This is somewhat of a new commission. We have a new administration, but you're the same God. You're the same God that has always kept us, and you're the same God that's always guided us, the same God that's been a light in our path. Now, Father God, in the name of our Lord and Savior, we ask that you would give them wisdom, give them might, and give them strength. Bless each and every person that's in this building. Let us continue to march and walk together with love and joy and unity. Make this meeting to be all that you would have it to be. Let the business of the city be without divisiveness and divisiveness. Let us continue to look to the hills from whence cometh our help. And we know that all our help comes from thee. And Father God, we'll be so very careful to always to give you the honor, to give you the praise, and to give you the glory. In the name of our Lord and Savior. And everyone that loved the Lord said, amen, 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 and amen again. God bless you all.
Thank you, Pastor. Next item is Pledge of Allegiance, where we all stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, do we have, next item is requests for withdrawals, deferments, and additions to the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any withdrawals, deferments, and additions to this agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Per the request of Vice Mayor Lin Su, item number 9.17, which is titled Supporting the 2025 Florida League of Cities Legislative Platform. That item is to be pulled from consent and heard separately, so we'll put it under the first one of the legislation. Item 11.2, which is titled here, Resolution Number 2025-17, ordering an end to fluoridation, of the City of North Miami Beach water. Per the request of Commissioner Chernoff, that item is to be deferred and workshopped. Item 11.4.
Mr. Mayor? And Lynn, apologize, okay? I'm the liaison for the public utilities, and we did hear this at our meeting, and we don't have enough information to make a decision here tonight. We need to hear the pros and the cons in a workshop, and I think we need to set them both up, and that would be the right way, and then bring it back to us.
Fine. All right, next.
You said a workshop now?
No, it has to, we'll wait for the documentation to get back, depending on that.
Documentation for,
Meaning what Commissioner Chernoff pointed out, he's waiting, can you
I
repeat?
think the PUC
Can you
is
repeat,
also
wait?
waiting for information for the
Now, the
workshop.
POC is done. They passed it on to us.
So we're waiting for the manager to come back, or you're saying you need more information?
Manager, I already sent in everybody's package is a whole handful of pros, which is, and again, for everybody out there, we have no dog in the fight. If it's to be, it's to be, but we want the pros and the cons, not just the cons, and we do have a couple pro people here also that want to speak, but I don't think that's enough for us to hear. And
And Mr. Manager, you're waiting for thoughts from the county, not the county, but there's been a request sent to them.
I apologize. Everything that has been sent to you all via various emails and through Vice Mayor Sue's research is part of your backup, as well as other information from the American Dental Association, the Florida Dental Association, CDC, National Health Institute, all that has been put in the backup. What Commissioner Chernoff, when he was talking to me, what he was referring to is that this is about almost 1,000 pages worth of information. And to kind of go through all that, he felt that it'd be appropriate to have a workshop that kind of helps educate both sides of this discussion, and to do that. Now, there are cities and conversations that are being had, and I believe, Vice Mayor Sue, you had informed me, the city of Miami Beach is looking to pass a resolution requesting the county to take up the item or the discussion for what they're going to do on their utility. So I know it's a conversation that is circling around the county, but there's no definite date set that I'm aware of tonight of when they're going to be doing that.
Well, to that point, I'd like to get some, depending on how that discussion comes about, because we do impact a lot of municipalities, not just us.
Exactly.
We need all the information. So if you could, when you do schedule a workshop, make sure you have all the information beforehand, as opposed to giving a date now, because I don't want to hinder you in having a rush on type of discussion on it without the full information. Madam Clerk?
And I think, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. If I may, we need to also get, because I know that sometimes depending on the item, the city doesn't take a position. So we need to, my request would be that staff make a recommendation on what they believe is the best route as well. So,
And also,
we can
I know I understand that that's gonna come back in a subsequent meeting, but I want to make this very clear. We impact close to 200 and something thousand,
185,000 families.
give or take. lot of in some delinquencies we need to. But on top of that, but we impact multiple cities, and I'd like to get their consensus as well, and letting them know because that's going to be an issue for other cities as well. Not all cities are not the same. So, Mr. Manager, if you can make sure you come back with that information. And Commissioner Smith, you want to say one last point?
Yes, I'd like to say something because we do have a lot of people in the audience. Actually, one of my former dentist that worked on me maybe 8 or 10 years ago is in the audience, called me out of the clear blue. I haven't heard from him for 8 years. But what I would like to say is everybody's adamant on both sides, pros and cons. And as I asked the manager to please have the person that runs our plant here and be prepared. But as I did my research the last 4 days, you really can't be prepared. Even talking to CDC in Atlanta, you cannot be 100% prepared just like that. We need to hear a lot. So
the manager.
I'm concurring that I would like them to come with information, number one. I would like them to come with their recommendation, number two. And I have a lot of facts at that workshop that I can share with people that are actual facts that I spoke to a lot of water plants.
All right. So, Mr. Manager, you have your direction. Madam Clerk?
I would like to actually, may I propose us to have a workshop?
No, we will.
We are having.
We will have it, but we need to get the
I'd
information.
like to schedule something like for.
We don't schedule it right now.
We have to give the manager an opportunity to get the information to schedule it. That's what I'm saying. It's a big issue. It's a big
I know.
item. So can you?
It's not just the manager's fault. There's many factors.
There's many factors.
Okay.
So this is not this is going to impact a lot of people if this depending on what
I
we do.
know.
A lot of people and the thing is that our main goal, and I'll speak to this point. This is before we move on because I've seen in the past where people have brought up issues in regards to our water plant, and this water plant was sold off or we're giving false perceptions. I'm not going to let that happen here. We fought against that.
And I wanted to
We're not going to let that happen here.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could just interject.
Yes.
That your commission tabled it. So we don't even have, we have a commission, a professional commission there that we don't even have their advice.
Exactly. So I want to make sure we got all the information, especially with something that we fought hard to get back. And not adhere to a specific ideology or special interest. I want to make sure our residents are prepared because we're not going to do that. What happened a couple of years ago? So, Madam Clerk, can we go down your list? Thank you.
Two have nothing to do with each other.
Per the request of Mayor Michael Joseph, item 11.4 will be deferred. That item is resolution number R 2025-19, and that's titled Approving Firms Responding to Requests for Qualifications, RFQ-24-026-SG, Recreational Complex Redevelopment Project, Phase 1. And we're going to be adding a presentation it's going to be titled Human Trafficking. That'll be item 5.3. We have several appointments that are being added. So appointing Maggie Belizaire Lopez to the Multicultural Committee. This will now be item 13.9 under appointments. Appointing Maggie Belizaire Lopez to the Commission on Status of Women. That will be item 13.10. Appointing Maggie Belizaire to the Economic Development Commission. That will now be item 13.11. We'll also be appointing Ms. Gilda Jeeves Sanchez to the Redevelopment Advisory Board, and that will now be item 13.12. And lastly, we'll be appointing Ellis Keeter to the Public Utilities Commission, and that will now be item 13.13.
And
Have one item, the CRA item that we're adding onto this for discussion.
I got something.
And Mr. Mayor, I would like to make, for the clerk to just make public record, there are several things here that we're voting on in the consent that have a dollar amount. We're just going to add up to a limit so that the dollar amount can be included in the resolution.
You have to do a motion?
Let me
That's a
just
Okay,
address
sorry.
that for a second. The information, as I understand it, on all those items is already contained in the backup.
Some.
It is a scrivener's error that the language up to X dollars is not contained in the resolution. That's a scrivener's error. We'll go, when we're ready to get to consent agenda, we'll just go item by item and add it. Now, if anyone wants to pull it because of that, they're privileged.
Do we need a motion for that? Do we need a motion for that, or you can just?
No, it's just, it's not for a scrivener's error, we just
Make sure-
announce it. But if the fact that that dollar amount, if that causes someone to say, I want to pull it, you're privileged. But if not, as long as we place on the record by announcing that there is a correction due to a scrivener's error, it doesn't take a motion and it doesn't have to, disrupt the consent agenda unless someone wants it to.
No worries.
And
Yes, madam. Yes, Commissioner Smuggler.
to the clerk, item 9.17 is moved to where? And in the meantime,
Item 9.17 was pulled.
okay, so I'd like to know, I'd like to put it back.
Oh, you want to put,
Which one is that?
okay.
For the Florida League of Cities,
I don't know who pulled that.
Commissioner Sue. For discussion. Okay, so what is it that is there a problem? Because I don't want to waste too much of our time, and to me, this is a no-brainer, so I'd like to know what the problem is.
I just wanted to clarify certain topics that the Florida League stands for, and for the public to know and also support the same thing. Because right now, it's like a blanket over a lot of things, right? So we have annexation, we've got One Water, we have, local business taxes. Like all these benefits that I think they're great, and I'd like to hear what the commissioners think about it too.
But this is for the whole state of Florida. This isn't just for the city of North
But it's
Miami
like
Beach.
League of Cities, so that means like.
Right, this is something that the League of Cities is just asking us for support. That's it. It's like,
Well, before
if
we
don't have
support it,
time
I'd like to know.
Okay, if we don't have time to discuss it, when we go there in 2 weeks,
No, I mean, we can,
I'll definitely let them know.
is there any way we could have it come up right after, what's the earliest we
We
could
can
have
do
it?
it right before,
Typically, it's items that are pulled from consent
They'll be heard first.
be considered.
So what's the first item we can add it to on the agenda so we can to have that discussion on it?
It'll be the first one.
I think you could simply
After,
renumber it.
not renumber it, but go,
I think you can simply vote on everything on consent that is not pulled.
And before we go to quasi,
Then go to anything on consent that was actually pulled and just take it up at the same number, just it's not consent because it's been pulled.
Okay.
But I don't think. it
Right,
needs
because
to
we're
get
going to
moved.
be meeting with the Florida League of Cities in 2 weeks.
Correct.
And I would like to show them that we support them, just like they have supported us.
And I don't think you need to find, unless the clerk corrects me, I don't think it doesn't have to go to a separate place on the agenda, does it?
No, so we hear all the consent. Once that's done, we'll hear that first before the legislative items.
all right, that's fair. Okay.
And
Was she done?
We're done with, Madam
Now-
Clerk, is that everything?
Now we go down to,
wanted
Just as a point of privilege, Mayor?
Commissioner Florimond, you have an item to add.
Well, actually, I just wanted to pull something for discussion, item number 9.10, Resolution 2025-09.
Which one is that?
Which one was that?
That's traffic calming standards, the engineering company. That's on consent, but I want to pull it for discussion.
Okay, so that would go after the League of Cities. All right, next is,
Do you want me to give you the resolution numbers?
Yes. Well, are we done with the, no, I want you to give us the resolution numbers when we get to consent. We have a couple of things before consent.
Okay.
The question is, are we done with number 4, withdrawals, deferments, and additions?
yes, we are.
Make a motion.
Okay.
Do I have a motion? Motion. Second? Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right.
And Mayor, before we move to the presentations, just as a brief moment of privilege, the commission has previously met one of the attorneys from my office that assists, and that's Jacob Elberg, and I think you've all seen him around. But as the volume seems to be growing by the minute, we have another attorney, one of my partners in the office, who is now spending time in the office physically. He's here a couple of days a week and is covering some of the meetings. He won't be here for the whole meeting tonight, but I do want to introduce to you my partner, Amon Johnson. This is Mr. Johnson right here, an attorney of many years' experience. He's practiced law for, I think it's 18 years. Is that right, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, 18 years.
So he's very knowledgeable. He's been doing our personal injury litigation for us for some number of months, but as we, have to keep the office staffed as well, he's now got a bigger portfolio, and you're likely to see him either in the office or you may see his work as he reviews stuff. So I asked him, although he's going to head home in a few minutes, I'm going to be here, but I did ask Mr. Johnson to come so that he had the opportunity to be introduced to the commission, and feel free to call upon him or Mr. Elberg, as well as me at any time if you have any issue.
Okay, next. So we go to presentations, right?
Yes.
9.3, NMB PD January human traffic presentation. Chief,
No, we're doing presentations, Mr. Mayor.
that's one of the presentations. We'll do it first.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager. This afternoon, I just want to talk a little bit about human trafficking. As you know, it's Human Trafficking Awareness Month. And throughout this world, human trafficking is an epidemic affecting hundreds of thousands of children each and every single day, adults as well. And unfortunately, here in the United States, we rank amongst the worst when it comes to human trafficking. Luckily, here in the North Miami Beach Police Department, we do have officers and detectives that are assigned to deal directly with human trafficking. Here with me this evening, I have Detective Exclusa. She's a task force officer with the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office and also with the FBI. So she's going to talk a little bit about what our efforts are each and every day when it comes to human trafficking.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. As the chief mentioned, it is Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Human trafficking is the selling of a human for your own personal gain, for profit. It's a commodity that can be sold over and over again, which is why it is so lucrative. You can sell drugs just once. Once they're consumed, it's over. But a human gets sold repeatedly. And unfortunately, Florida ranks number 3 in the nation, and Miami ranks number 5. I would like to address a trend that I have been seeing. The trend is teens recruiting teens. And typically you think of the movie Taken, someone's in a mall being taken. Now the predator is lurking in our own children's bedroom. Our kids are home, they're in their room, they're on the phone. But they're on the phone and the stranger is filling whatever void they have. The void could be an emotional void. The void could be they want to eat Chipotle and their parents don't get it for them, and the stranger gets some DoorDash. It's a matter of making our kids aware of the perils that are out there and educating them that if they don't know someone in real life, they should not be their friend on the internet. But in today's world where texting is a prevalent, the communication of choice for youths, it's a little more challenging to educate them on those perils. Our cases are increasing with females recruiting other females. Older females, a young girl gets upset with her parents because we have rules. And this person is the cool older friend who gives them the attention, who listens to them. And then this person can lure them in little by little. So as a parent, if you suspect something, you think something is off, talk to your kids. If you think there's a person, an adult that's around them that shouldn't be, or a child, address it. And, if there's something serious, definitely call the police. Like the chief mentioned, in North Miami Beach, we're part of the state attorney's task force, as well as the FBI task force. So regardless where this offender is in another state, we have resources to help with this. Thank you.
Questions from my colleagues? Thank you so very much.
Thank you for having me.
Well,
Wait, I got a question. Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Chernoff, and then Commissioner Flourmont.
You said that it's starting very young at, junior high. Well, then how do you combat that?
By educating our kids and being more involved in their lives. In my opinion, as a parent, there's no expectation of privacy when you're 12, 13, 14 years old living in my house. I have a right to look at your devices and look at your things. We're too trusting. Oh, they're just in their room. They're just on the phone. No, nothing good happens after midnight on that phone. Take it away.
Okay.
it's never ending, and it's once they're in, I think they feel so lost from the girls that have survived this, that they're ashamed of what they've gone through and what they've endured, and they're fearful of disclosing the trauma.
Commissioner Flournoy.
Thank you. Just wanted to say that we are grateful for the work that you're doing because it is so important, and especially as a city that is the gateway to the Americas, I'm sure that, you know, there's an extra level of responsibility for you and for our police department and all of us as a community to really pay attention to this. And also what I've gathered is that, you know, the term human trafficking, when people hear it, they may believe it's something on a large scale that only happens on a large scale, but they don't believe that it's probably happening in someone's middle school or in someone's high school or on a, in smaller circles, and that people are being recruited in smaller circles. So if you can speak to that and how people can be aware, especially when they're in the school system or in other areas where people may congregate in small numbers.
I would say as a parent, being aware of the gifts that the children receive. I have heard from girls, which is why I mentioned the DoorDash. They're home and they met this person online and, oh, they're so nice. They just bought me dinner. Well, you've given that stranger now your home address beyond everything else because they placed the order for you. They're very trusting because they're lacking, they have a void. All kids have a void. Most women, and as young girls, their ideology of this love or what they're searching for. They're yearning for something, and this perpetrator out there is going to be whatever they want them to be. When we have a little more time, we do have a survivor that would speak. She's more than happy to come out here and explain her story. She was recruited out of middle school, and she was pimped out by her high school boyfriend from the ages of 12 to 17. Whenever you want to hear her story, we can have her come in and no one knew. It was a dirty, dark secret. And when she tried to get out and she spoke to her parent and she told him, I'm not going to that appointment that you made for me, he had two of his friends break into her parents' home and destroy the house. So now she's intimidated. She's afraid. And we do have a success story. We found an individual on the internet in Brazil, and with the resources through Homeland Security, we were able to identify this individual and we were able to rescue 2 children. So, little by little, thank you.
I also want to say thank you, and I also want people to know it's not just girls, it's boys, it's children, and social media, these children grab onto something just because they need a little bit of attention. They're not getting what they really need, whether it's from their church, their neighbors, their parents, their siblings, and so that's what we really have to be careful too. It's not just preventative in the fact watching what they do, but it's preventative by paying attention to your young adults.
I agree.
Commissioner brings up a point, because a lot of these movies nowadays are trying to legitimize or make it seem normal for certain things to happen if somebody's a student in college and they're running low on funds to pay for class, and it's almost starting to make it seem like it's okay to receive funds to help pay for school or to receive funds from different people to help pay for certain expenses. And you just don't know who you're meeting or who you're coming across that can put you in a very awkward position. So, those social media, like the commissioner was saying, is just a vast, it's so hard to even keep up. And now we're seeing people aren't even fact checking anymore. I hear that's something that's been, on Facebook that they're no longer doing. So you don't know what's real, what's fake, what's AI, what's not. So I think that human trafficking from the perspective of social media and how it's changing so rapidly is something very important to focus on as well.
It normalizes the behavior. That's what you're saying. Correct.
Commissioner Joy, you have your final thought?
Sure. Thank you again. I wanted to thank our chief and our administration for bringing this forward. And I also wanted to ask if you can do training with all the divisions within our city that, work with children, be it our library, our PAL program, our Parks and Recreation, especially in light of the summer and the programs that we have. So we definitely want to see maybe some policies and awareness and education that our staff is also aware of the things to look forward to look for. But thank you again for your work, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, this is also a topic I'm very passionate about, so it's the reason why I got into politics. So thank you very much for bringing that. Thank you, Commissioner Sean, for making us aware of this special month. So I'd like to thank you, and I agree with her about having courses. I also think that educating our children as well to recognize these signs, although I know that actually it's the parents that have, maybe have been not filling the void that the children are dealing with, and therefore causing them to flock or lean towards something else that is not there. So I think it's a whole community thing where we all have to work together in order to prevent human trafficking, and also recognizing like little signs of being drugged or being sold. And actually, I, as a Thai person, I deal with a lot of labor trafficking as well, where their passports are being taken away and they have been working for no money and just basically sending back peanuts to, their home country. So I assert that a lot of us are immigrants here, so that's also another thing that to look at. We always think of young girls, and then Commissioner Smith put in young boys, and then I'm putting now in like they're adults, like immigrant adults. So just adding to the mix there. Thank you very much for your work, and I would support everything that you would do.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Next presentation. Where's it go? Is Ron Book available now or no?
He should be online.
For our legislative priorities, Ron Book and Rana Brown. Ms. Brown.
So, Mayor, if I may introduce as we bring up
There she is.
Ron Book, we are, and Rana, every year staff meets with our lobbying team, and we get a sense of where the legislation is looking at, where their priorities are, what they would like to see in state appropriations, and we try to align with what our various projects and what our priorities as a city is based on conversations that we've had during budget session and then just overall throughout the years in the various commission. So we've been working with Ron, and Rana will kind of give you an update as to where legislation and leadership in legislation is looking and what they're expecting this upcoming year, what things are important, and kind of talk about the recommendations as to state appropriation requests that we should do. I see that Ron is up, so Ron, take it away.
Yeah.
Mr. Ron Book.
Everybody is good. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And hope that everybody had a great holiday. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to try to give you a feel for where Rana and I both believe things are going. As you know, this was, actually you may not know, this was a committee week that was called off yesterday afternoon as a result of the Arctic blast that's coming through. The fact of the matter is it is snowing in Tallahassee as we speak. And so everything is shut down. Nobody really knows how to deal with snow in Florida. So while Florida's budget and the economy continues to be robust, one of the things that the Revenue Estimating Conference and the Office of Economic Demographics does is they perform long-range plans, and they do long-range as well as short-range budget projections. And while the state has been flush with federal dollars for the last 5 years, those federal dollars have now dried up. And they've dried up in many categories. And to use as an example, in behavioral health, the state has been getting $225 million, which goes for things like suicide prevention, substance abuse, alcohol abuse. That $225 million has gone away. state's got to find a way to fill that hole. So the long-range projections show that if they don't begin to contract spending this year, that 3 years from now, they will have a $6 billion shortfall. Speaker Perez, President Albritton, the new presiding officers in the House and the Senate have decided that they don't want to leave the next leadership group, which is Senator Jim Boyd and Representative Sam Garrison, with a hole like that. They are going to begin to contract spending. And so you're hearing or you're reading where folks like Speaker Perez are saying, we're not going to fund those type of projects. I still believe that resiliency, stormwater, wastewater, potable water will continue to be major priorities of not only the legislative leadership, but will be priorities of the governor as well. We have worked with your staff, and I believe in front of you are 4 budget requests that have been worked on. I would say to you that submitting a project, even though we are very well aware that the majority of the council supports the traffic calming projects, that project was vetoed. You can choose to submit it, and we will work hard to make it happen. But when the governor's vetoed something, it makes it not only extraordinarily difficult to get back in the budget, there's very little chance that the governor's opinions on a project will have changed dramatically from one year to the next to the point where he's not going to veto it. It means the governor's got to say, well, I didn't really mean what I did last year, and I'm going to approve it this year even though I vetoed it last year. I think submitting that project is laudable on your end from a consistency standpoint, showing the need. But when something's been vetoed, unless there's a clean way to repackage something and really call it and show that it's something else, it's like the lipstick on the pig deal. The pig's the pig, right? And so I don't know that submitting traffic calming projects are really a good idea. I think submitting 4 projects is a lot for any local government. So if I had something to encourage you to eliminate, it would be the traffic calming projects. Your other projects, I think, are good. In particular, I think the sewer lines inflow and infiltration correction phase 1 project is particularly good. I think that public safety technology upgrades is a good project, but it's a project that the legislature has not shown a tremendous appetite for approving, and the governor has not necessarily shown a real appetite to approve those, but I think they're good. The other 3 projects are good, solid projects. Look, you continue to have a great leadership with Senator Jones, who has continued to grow in his stature in the process and considers the city of North Miami Beach important to him. You've got new Representative Wallace Aristide, who, when you go to Tallahassee, you'll see him one place, and 30 seconds later, you'll see him another, because he's figured out that you got to move around and be aggressive, but to demonstrate to folks that you're an interested lawmaker. And so I think that between the 2 of them, together with Representative Basabe, who has the easternmost part of the city, who has also demonstrated a propensity to be able to get Hello? Yes. Oh, I thought I lost you for a minute. Has demonstrated an ability to get projects in the budget as well. I think you're well represented, and I'm encouraged by it. I think, again, you've got a 50% match with every one of your projects. Your projects are basically shovel ready, which are the two things the legislature really cares about. I want to again recognize Ronna Brown, who really does the bulk of the budget work. I get all the credit. She does all the grunt work. Ronna, did I leave anything out that needs to be added?
No, I think we covered it.
I am happy to answer questions about any of the substantive issues that the legislature will address. As you know, there is a special session of the legislature called for next week. The legislative leadership, Speaker Perez, President Albritton, have pushed back on the governor and made it clear to them all of the issues that the governor wanted to address could be addressed in 50 days in the regular legislative session. It is undetermined, indeterminate. Your guess is as good as mine as to whether they take any of the issues that the governor has put into the call up. I think it is our opinion that if the legislature, in fact, does anything more than gavel in and gavel out, the most they will do are the immigration issues. I don't really think they will deal with the condo law, and I don't really think they'll deal with property and casualty insurance or any of the other issues. I think if they take anything up, it will simply be the Trump agenda so that they don't get chastised by the new president. And again, happy to take any questions you have.
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Smith.
Hi, Ron. It's Phyllis Smith. How are you?
I'm good, Phyllis. Nice to see you.
You're better than good. You look much younger.
Thank you.
The vitamins are working. Ron,
look how long my hair is.
there you go. Your hippie stage, your hippie stage. So, Ron, I understood that the state of Florida wanted to get rid of septic tanks, and that was one of their major projects. So we're looking into that in North Miami Beach right now. That happens to be one of the mayor's thoughts that he would like to do during his term. The problem is it's prohibitive. It's prohibitive financially for the homeowners, and it's prohibitive for the city as well. So if you're saying they're not going to participate on a state level, how is that going to get accomplished? That is one of my questions. And then I do want to go back to the situation of the condominiums. Because
so first of all, let me stop
finish
for a minute.
that one.
I don't think you heard me say that the state would do nothing in the area of septic to sewer. I think the state has demonstrated that they are, but let me turn that response over to Ronna to answer.
Yeah, but to what? How much? That's the thing.
Well, I mean, Phyllis, it's a local issue.
I know.
If the state gives you anything, that's demonstrating a commitment. But let me stop. Go ahead, Ronna.
Hi, everybody. Yes, the state dollars historically have been targeted towards resolving the costs to the residents. So if the project is each septic to sewer is $12,000 to $18,000 multiplied by 50 sewers. That cost the state dollars should go to.
Wait, she's coming in and out. Ronna, you're not coming in clear on the audio. It's like coming in and out.
Oh, okay. I don't know what to do about that.
Might be a connection issue, or?
No.
Try it again, Ronna.
Can you turn the volume down? I'm getting a big. Is that better?
Okay. Go on. Let's test it out. Go on, Ron. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the short of it is that the city should put in 50% of the cost to upgrade sewers, and the state dollars is meant to go towards the cost to the resident. It doesn't necessarily need to cost the resident. The cost to the resident is nominal in that case. Each septic to sewers, 12,000 and 18,000 roughly. You take 50 sewers that are
Rana, stop. Rana, stop. Log off and log back on.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're losing every third word, and so am I.
Yeah.
So log off and log back on.
Ron, is there any way you could like summarize? Because what Rana was trying to.
Look, short version, Mayor,
Yes.
is I think there is the potential for septic to sewer dollars out there. Whether or not we can put something together between now and submission time with short notice, I'll defer that to Rana to determine whether we can. But if you're going to submit a septic to sewer project, you got to eliminate minimally one or two of these other projects. You know, you have a good city attorney sitting there who served in the Florida legislature for a long time. And I think he will tell you that when you come in with too many projects, you end up with a diminished return as it relates to being taken seriously in the budget process. We all want more money, but I think measured approach has a lot, to be said for, if you will.
Well, I've been to legislation enough times to know that that's a fact. If you ask for 5, you'll be lucky if you get 1. So you really have to knock it down to your 2 or 3 main things. But I would
we
like
not discourage a septic to sewer project.
No, but it's such a major project, and Ron, if we can't get it ready for this legislation period, I'd love for your office to work with our manager and our attorney, and I would love you to put something together that you feel we can really get a yes on for next session, so that we can at least get it started. That's number one.
I have to jump in for a minute. What Ron is telling you is to go full speed on that one, because the fact is we have an opportunity with a speaker from Dade County, and by next session, his power is already ebbing to a guy named Sam Garrison from upstate. Put your best foot forward. I think Ron's trying to tell you, he's so polite, but what he's trying to tell you is pick 2 and put everything you got behind those 2. Not the one that got vetoed, not the one he said they ain't going to do. Put everything behind the 2 and make septic to sewer one of them. You may not have another chance as good as this session, because by next session, the guy who's still speaker is beginning to lose power to the speaker.
Well, that becomes a priority. And the second thing, Ron, just quickly, because we don't have time, I just want you to, again, working in the real estate business for 45 years, this whole thing with what's going on with the condominiums and people can't afford it, and all of a sudden their condos foreclosed. Somehow, some way, the state legislation has to step in. Just a comment that you and I will meet when we come up, and you'll help me address this whatever way the city of North Miami Beach needs to address it. We have a lot of people here that can't afford to live in their own home.
Happy to do so.
Okay, any more questions? No? Thank you, Ron. We'll have the manager follow up with you regarding our concerns, and we'll take it from there. Thank you, Ron. Stay safe and stay warm.
Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity of the continued representation. We don't take it for granted. We don't take it lightly. We're deeply grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Rana. We know the technology was an issue, but thank you so much. We appreciate you guys. See you guys soon.
We're going to see him next week, in 2 weeks. Yeah, next week we're going up there. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Next presentation is solid waste. John from Coastal. Can you come on up? Thank you. Item 5.2.
Mayor, while they bring up their presentation, just to introduce the item, if I may. After last commission meeting, hearing from several residents and yourselves, I sent over a pretty strongly worded email of our concerns to Coastal. We have met, they have been doing a root cause analysis as to what some of those deficiencies are. We've been meeting with them weekly, and in some cases, staff is meeting with them daily for items to address the overall service. So they're here to present all the changes and everything that they've been doing and updating on, and to address any further concerns or questions that you may have. John.
Good evening. Mayor Joseph, Vice Mayor Sue, Commissioners Chernoff, Gene, Smuffler.
Which one? This one? Is it good? Oh, look at that. Try that again. Good evening, Mayor Joseph, Vice Mayor Sue, Commissioners Chernoff, Gene, Smuckler, Florimond, and Smith. My name is John Casagrande. I'm the Senior Vice President for Coastal Waste and Recycling. Tonight, we are here to provide you all with an update and a pathway to improved service. Between Thanksgiving and the end of the year, our service was not up to the standards that Coastal delivers to our customers. This team you see here tonight has made this franchise a priority and has used this opportunity to meet with the city staff to completely revisit and understand the services that are needed and the deliverables. Since December 20th, we have had meetings, weekly meetings, with staff to reestablish the service metrics the city expects and deserves. Hit it. Okay. Okay. To help present, and answer any questions that you may have regarding any aspect of our franchise agreement, we have brought our complete leadership team along with the local management who oversee the contract performance daily. Let me introduce them quickly. Dennis Pantano, our Chief Operating Officer, Charles Lamagino, President, Patty Hamilton, Vice President for Brand Culture, Trevor Black, Area President for South Florida and oversees the daily operation, Stephanie Della Roca, Vice President of Customer Experience, Jim Thompson, District Manager for Miami-Dade County, Ed Peters, Area Municipal Marketing, Dexter Price, Operation Manager, Eileen, who could not be here today, and as all you know, sends her regards, but she's not here, and then Darwin Valdez, Corporate Counsel. We prepared an agenda for tonight. Both Coastal and City staff have been working together over the past weeks, and we have completed a root cause analysis for all three services: residential, commercial/multifamily, and bulk. We have also established a timeline for achieving these goals, and we will begin to work on improving education and communication to the residents. Residential collection root cause. Well, better communication between Coastal and the city has to happen. It must improve. You'll hear this as a common theme throughout. We didn't do our job communicating to the city when there were issues, and we need to do a better job of that. We need to address spillage caused by the overloaded carts, materials placed outside the carts. Coastal staff needs to rethink how we identify and prevent these issues. This led to an improved tag system, focusing on missed pickups, and focusing on cart placement and making sure we close the lid. Simple things that are day-to-day training and things that we instill in our drivers are simple things that should be done on a daily basis. These are some of the items that we implemented for residential. We supplied the drivers with tools to pick up litter and spillage. The tagging overloaded carts and material outside the carts needs to improve to make sure that we are doing our job and the city and the staff is aware of any situations that occur. Providing documentation to the city daily, you'll see that in the next slide. And a dedicated route supervisor ensuring that the routes get done, and a monitoring quality of the service that's being instituted by the drivers every day. Going forward, we're going to partner with the city staff by providing non-collection reports and documentation every day. Supervisors educating residents on reasons for non-collection to ensure collections moving forward, and drivers need to clean up the spillage. The next slide will show you kind of this is the tag that we redesigned with staff. We showed staff this tag that we will, in case there's any issues. We upgraded the staff to not only include the items on the contract in case there's an issue, but now on the back, it's also in Creole and in Spanish. Before it was just in English, and now it's trilingual, so everyone will understand one why there's an issue. This is some of the things that we encounter. This is a daily report when there's things of this nature that may cause spillage, things that we feel may be an issue that perhaps this resident can use a second cart. But more importantly, on the next slide, you'll see some of the things we come across every day that we need to clean this up, identify this, show staff what's going on, because if the drivers are in automated trucks, they don't get out, and it's a situation where the cart is overfull. This customer can either get an extra service or an additional cart. But these reports will be sent to staff daily. They'll be tagged. There'll be an address on the tag, a time on the tag, as well as these tags will be numbered like a valet ticket. So we can keep track on our end. You can keep track on your end, and we can match the situation in case the handwriting or something is unlegible. So talking about commercial and multifamily, improved communication, not just with the city staff, but with the property managers and business owners as well. We have really gone out and looked at a lot of these services with the multifamily. We've done a real good root cause analysis, and I'm going to have Trevor walk through this root cause for you.
Yeah. Good evening. So some of the things that we are focusing on is when we do run into any issues, whether the containers are overloaded or appear to be overloaded, or we pull up and there is spillage or litter next to the containers, documenting it better and sending it to the city. So we wanted to show a few examples of some customers that we have in North Miami Beach that would call in a complaint saying that we did miss them, and after doing our root cause analysis, what our findings were. So, for example, this is a commercial customer that has 38 units. They have a 4-yard that goes 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. On Friday, January 3rd, they were serviced. As you can see on the picture on the left, the container is very full. On Monday, on their next service day, the container is overfull. And then we received a report of a miss on Tuesday, which is on the next slide. Next slide. So what you'll see here and what we found was that on Tuesday when we showed up, the container was full again. However, they are only receiving service on Monday and Wednesday, Friday. So what we did was we partnered with staff to establish minimum service requirements. They were receiving 12 yards a week, but using the national average for multifamily service levels, they should have about 19. So we're working with staff to increase their service levels to better service the city. And then this will be another example of some customers that we run into that have very overloaded containers. So this is Lakeview Townhomes. They have a 4-yard that goes, or 4 3-yards that goes 6 times a week. So on Monday, you'll see before and after pictures. Going from left to right, it'll have the address with a number of units. As you'll see, address 2673 has 13 units, 2707 has 35. 16441 has 13 and 16440 has 18. The reason we wanted to highlight this is every one of these addresses receives the same level of service, even though there are different unit counts. So they receive service 6 days a week, every day but Wednesday. This is Tuesday when everything was serviced again. And then on Wednesday, we went out there just to see if the service levels were appropriate. As you can see, this is their only service day. And a few of the containers are full, and some of them are already half full.
This picture was taken approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon. To understand, they've got to go another 50, I'm sorry. This picture was taken on the Wednesday that they were in service, so understand that they've got to go the rest of the afternoon and the next day before the truck gets there, and they're already at capacity of 1 or 2 of the containers.
And then on Thursday, on their next service day, as you can see, because all of the units do receive the same level of service, just do want to highlight the one with 35 units. You can see it's very full. So working with staff and our customers to make sure we can get the appropriate service levels to service them.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask him while they're right here? I understand what you're showing us, but again, how do you address that they're filling the cans and there's not enough pickup for them? Is it money? They don't want to pay more? Is it, the cans aren't big enough? What's the issue?
Well, For Lakeview, I met with Gilda for about an hour before the meeting, and we went through and told her that we were going to use her property as an example. The best way to do it, obviously, would be to exactly what we did: take pictures before and after for 2 weeks. And in this particular situation, the 13 units probably can use a smaller container, and the 35 can use a larger container. And that's on us, that we should have brought this to her attention sooner and work through it. Gilda obviously understands it. She gets it. She's a very bright woman, understands the numbers. One was a little less, one's a little bit more. At the end of the day, they want to save money. And that's the other, the issue we have, Commissioner, is that, we can't, we just can document and share this information with staff when the property does not want to increase service. Okay, and but like I said, Gil understands it. She gets it. And she gets how the buildings are, and there are other places where that they don't, and that's where we just got to document it and ask for help. And that's where I guess, not knowing how the process truly works internally, but code gets involved, and they need to go out there and say, listen, you need another day. You can't make it from Friday to Monday without having another pickup. But this is communication that we dropped the ball on. This has got to happen on a daily basis with the drivers, with the technology, and the communication has to occur weekly until we get it right.
Yep. So just wrapping up the commercial and multifamily, the ongoing steps that we've taken since December 27th, drivers are documenting any containers that are unable to be serviced or overloaded. Unable to be serviced, meaning our drivers show up and there's a white van blocking the container. They can't find whose van it is, so they'll move on. But taking pictures and documenting it and sending it to the city so they understand, as well as sending it to the customer. So when they show up later in the day and the container's still full, they don't think they were missed. They understand what actually happened. So improving the communication. Again, dedicated route supervisor ensuring quality of service and route completion daily. And moving forward, as we alluded to, partnering with city staff, including code, to continue sending reports with documentation daily to right-size the service. Supervisors educating customers on reasons for non-collection. So in the example of something being overloaded, sending supervisors out there to explain what's going on and how we can fix it, and partnering with staff to increase service levels on these overloaded containers.
Bulk gives us the greatest challenge, as I'm sure you're aware. Again, Coastal should have did a much better job communicating the issues we have with the bulk. It's important to note that the collection of bulk for multifamily and illegal piles are not on a schedule. Multifamily does not get scheduled bulk. Multifamily have to call in and request the bulk, and that the rates are contractual. So, and a lot of times when you see bulk in an alleyway behind a multifamily, that's technically an illegal dumping, or whether it's from the property or from somewhere else. But multifamily does not get a scheduled service, and that was something that some of staff, and I know we've had new people on our side, new people on your side, that when we met, we had to make sure that everybody was aware that multifamily needs to call in their bulk. And then this is just an example of what we have, and this is here over on 16701 Northeast 21st Avenue. The first picture, staff had called in a missed bulk. We went out and got it, explained to staff it was multifamily. We cleaned it up. As you can see, there's a dumpster right behind where the bulk was, showing that it's multifamily collection. And if you can see closely, there's a no dumping city sign right there as well. We cleaned it up on the 7th at 1:20, and then on the 8th at 9 o'clock, there was, again, another couch and some more furniture. So this is a situation where, again, I know that, we should be working better with the city, and we will, but these are situations that we have to address every day. And again, I know that when you're driving around, you see stuff in the alleyways. This is the kind of stuff that we deal with. And your alleyways, and we've had this conversation over the last 2.5 years, are your biggest culprit for illegal dumping. That's the issue that we have, and it's a difficult situation. And remember, the service is only monthly, to where sometimes you'll say, well, the stuff has been out there for weeks. Yeah, that's true, because bulk only goes down that alleyway once a month. So these are some of the things that we need to address, and we will with your staff. Again, this is an illegal pile. You can tell where it was dumped. It's squared off. It came right out of a landscape trailer. And you know the person in that house did not produce this material. It's brown. It's really easy to determine what's illegal and what's not. And just we talked about that again. So just getting to the root cause, we're going to tag bulk non-conforming piles are going to be documented and sent to the city. We're going to send before and after pictures, partner with the city to monitor illegal dumping, come up with a plan. There was a plan that we tried working on before with the previous staff that we would try to maintain service of the illegal piles and build the city. We didn't communicate that, and over the turnover, that plan never came out. But there was talk about a year and a half ago about trying to come up with something that we could do to help the city maintain the collection and pick up the illegal piles. And we kind of dropped the ball on it a little bit, but we are now with the manager and his staff going to improve on some sort of system that works for everybody to make sure this illegal dumping is serviced. That's a quick timeline of the contract started in 6/22. You all know the dates and some of the things that we've done for with the city. And but again, keep moving forward and getting stuff done. Education program, we talked to Jennifer, the communication manager, and we're going to develop stuff for the website and get our flyers out there and get the 25 bulk calendar, get the 25 recycling calendar out there. Should be ready the next week or so and be on your website. So those are the kind of things that we still continue to work on. And additional support. Just walk through the agreement and, be with the city and with previous managers, realize the bulk service is done with a clamshell. That doesn't make it easy for the litter. And we knew that going in. And one of the things that we contribute to the city is $165,000 a year for litter control. We knew that going in. It's hard to pick up all the little small pieces that are thrown on the ground if you're doing it with a cherry picker or a clamshell, but the litter patrol will help, and getting with the manager and staff to institute that and on a team effort would be great. That's it. Questions?
I'm first.
Can I start with
They're going to take a lot.
No, stop. Commissioner Smith, I'll go down the line. Commissioner Smith, your thoughts, please.
Okay, well, I want to thank you for your patience, because you hear it from us, because we hear it from them, and you hear it from them as well. So you get on both barrels, from the residents and the business owners.
I have 6 daughters, Commissioner. I get it from both ends all the time.
Yeah, I'm just saying, and you're probably married, and so we all know. But here's the thing, there's a few things. We were up here a year ago, and we discussed having something that would not be rained out, something that was a heavy plastic with instructions on the recycle. And I'm still waiting for that. And I walk my dog and I see them putting tree limbs in the recycle. So I'm encouraging the city, and then I get bombarded. So maybe we should not have recycle. And then the public bombards me. What are you, crazy? Because if we're going to misuse it and it's costing us a lot of money because it's all 10 or 20% of what we gather is usable, then it's all education to the public. Then the public has to be willing to want to do it. So you could be educated and say, I don't care. But when I walk down the street, nothing makes me angrier, except when I see all the holes that are dug in the swales and in people's yards, and the garbage that's left that fell out of the garbage can as they picked it up. So we need a remedy for that, because we just hired somebody that hopefully will bring back the beautification of our city, of the landscaping. But if we don't take care of the front of the yards with the swales and make them, so that's the second thing I have. And the third thing I have is, do we need, with your collaboration with the management, do we need to be finding these people, maybe like you said, the cameras? That was an idea. Maybe our police officers are riding and they can not see it now and see it in an hour and kind of pinpoint who did it. Should we be increasing the penalties to these so that there is a bite on this illegal dumping, because some of the communities, not all, but some of the communities, like Highland Village and like Washington Park and like Ulita, they have very narrow streets. And if they're dumping, it changes the whole vision of North Miami Beach. It changed the whole enjoyment of using your own home and living a beautiful life. So my three things are not just you and your company, but in collaboration with the city. You have to guide us what works, that we can help stop it.
Well, that's exactly what's been happening weekly, and we agree. To answer your concerns, first about the recycling, those tags will go where we see contamination. Obviously, you can't see what's inside, but when the driver goes by, we're going to tag it. We're not going to pick it up and mark it contamination. As far as the education on the website, we're going to work to improve that, but we do have on the website what's recyclable and what's not. But we'll go back to that again and make sure that the residents can see what goes in the cart and what doesn't.
What happened to the plastic things that they were going to make and put on the top of every garbage can? Somebody brought that to us about a year ago, and we said that
Waste Management gave it out at a league function, a bag that had recycling on it.
No, you're talking about the decal.
No, decal. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. No.
But then we came up with putting something on the cans, and that was a year
Yes.
We definitely said we were going to. I mean, I've seen bicycles, tricycles in those garbage cans. I've seen pool floats. It's just disheartening because we do have from years ago, and Muriel Kemp, I can still hear her every single meeting saying to recycle. But it doesn't help us to recycle when I'm telling you, at least 75% of them are no good, not recyclable in their recyclable bins.
Well, we had spoke to staff about that, and I'll put it back on us. We should have finished it, got the decal, which sits on top of the lid, and
that was supposed to be put on every
on every cart. So there was discussion,
and we had the design,
with staff, the design, and we'll get back to that, and we'll have that done immediately.
And then as far as the cleanup goes, that I hear from my neighbors all the time. Look at what they left. So I would think that maybe your employees could be the eyes of that.
Yes, and that's where spillage is, as you heard in our presentation, is in forefront of getting it corrected. We gave them brooms, we gave them shovels. If they cause it, obviously they got to clean it up. But when they get someplace or that the material is like bagged on the outside, there's boxes thrown on the outside, they can tag it, take the picture, and send it to the city. So we're documenting where people don't use the carts and the material's not in the cart, but when we dump it and drivers make mistakes, which they do, they are being trained, they're being told that they're going to get out and clean it up.
And scoop it up. My front yard, half of it's gone. So
Yeah.
when they scoop up the bulk, which three of the neighbors use my front yard to put their bulk because they don't want their yard to be ruined.
Right, that's just a function of training the clamshell drivers when they go down to they've got to it's like, when the kids go to the beach, when they go down, they just keep digging, and that's exactly what happens. Again, it's no different than teaching them to stand up the cart and close the lid when they dump it. They've got to be able to use the clamshell.
So, Mr. Manager, is it code enforcement or is it our police officers that should be looking for this illegal bulk, that they empty it and with less than a day, there goes more trash in bulk?
Commissioner, we had a call today. I'm sorry, was that?
It was to the manager.
I'm sorry.
There's a few different items that come with that, Commissioner Smith. It's mainly going to be a combination in our sanitation crew or our lit up pickup crew, as it was mentioned. We have about 4 or 5 individuals in that crew that work, as well as our public works team and our code officers. Where they would go, if it's a multifamily, then they go and they start working with the multifamily building. Remember, as code, it's not an automatic fine from the beginning. You have to notice, you have to then give time for them to correct the code violation, and then fines will occur if they don't do that correction. One of the recommendations that staff is looking at recently that we began, and I've asked for a little bit more information and understanding. In the past, what the city has done is they put up yellow metal kind of barriers that in the alleyway so that people cannot drive through the alleyway. And that's helped some of these alleyways avoid the bulk pickup because you no longer have that capability of driving the truck down the alleyway to dump stuff. Of course, those are still movable. You lock it, but those are still movable. So if either staff or in this case, Coastal will need to kind of get down, we're able to do that. So there are some type of solutions. It's not that that solution works in every alleyway. So that's why I've asked for a little bit more information so that we can work through it. I know Sam, in one of our tours with Commissioner Florimond of Highland Village a few months ago, we were procuring the various cameras for the bulk.
Of City Center. We were in Highland Village, but I'm not of Highland.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure because we have the mayor of Highland Village here.
We do have.
When we
She'll
were
say she's not a member.
So. So we were looking, and they were going to procure the cameras for bulk pickup. And I know Coastal and other areas is talking about putting those type of cameras so that we can find out who's doing it and then work with police to ticket the illegal dumping, which does have a fine and so forth.
You know, I don't want to take any more time but I have to say real fast, I appreciate Gilda so much for letting us know. We don't live there, we wouldn't know. So with all respect for her and her letting us know what's going on. But Sir Diego, one of our residents, is a very strong activist to make sure his community is the best it can be. Sent me pictures that third world countries don't live like that. That's what he had to look at out of his back window. And I immediately got a hold of the manager and said, but we're voting on new trucks now. So we're voting on a dump truck tonight. So my question is our staff going to follow up and then instead of having a bulk pickup once a month, which the county gives you once a year, then if people illegally put the garbage out, will they get bulk pickup 3 times a month because we're going to take our dump truck and pick them up? I mean, without some kind of enforcement, we have to keep the city so that you can enjoy where you live. That's for sure. But how are we working that? That's my question. And then thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Yes, if you could give a brief synopsis so we can go to Commissioner Foreman.
I just want to say, if the cameras are something that the city's interested in, Coastal will donate those cameras and work with the city to install them. So the cameras will be a donation by the 25 cameras to the city, and let's put them together someplace and prevent some of this.
And we'll be monitoring them, the city?
Well, however the city wants to work through that, because the city is going to be the one that's going to need to send code enforcement or NMB PD, so.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Florimond, can you be brief as much as you can?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think that you guys approached it well, and you guys really gave us as much information as we could handle to really show us where the problems are. And so I think that alertness is important to continue it so that we can resolve these issues, because residents are of the mindset that even if it's overflowing, and even sometimes I think that way, even if it's overflowing, even if it's on the side of the bin, when you come, it's all supposed to be gone, right? And so, because we just want to see things clean. So I think there has to be some sort of a resolve for that if someone is not getting a bigger bin, or if there is a spillage and you pull up, that there is a way that we can make sure it's cleaned, and then perhaps make sure that the building owner perhaps pays something for that extra cleanup, so that way it's not left sitting there, because that's really where the issue is. And so that's a question that I wonder, are you initiating anything like that in other municipalities? Number 2, I will say that I have seen Coastal trucks all over the city in the past couple of weeks. I don't know if you guys just memorized the routes that I take, but I have seen a lot of Coastal trucks all over the city. So that's good if we can keep that up. That visibility is important, and also it makes us know that we're really in a partnership. So if you can speak to that first question, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, so what the plan is moving forward is when we do tag those residents that do have the overage, the first time we'll make sure that we pick it up right, and we'll send the supervisor there to talk to the resident to try to find the best path forward. But we will be tracking all the addresses with the ticket numbers like we said, and if the recommendation is we think you need a second cart for your trash or for your recycling, we'll be working with staff to make sure that that does happen to avoid the spillage, because we want the same thing. We want everything cleaned up and looking good.
And number two,
I just want to make sure I didn't hear incorrectly. So you're saying that first time it's okay, you take care of it, you educate, and the second time you said you charge, or?
Yeah, so you can get a second cart through the city, and there's a charge associated with it.
But what if it's a commercial building, for instance, when there's a bin, like you might not call it bin, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yard.
A 4-yarder.
Right, like a 4-yarder or whatever, so if there's, garbage around it, are you going to, typically what I'm hearing is you would pick it up, and whatever's around it that didn't fall off, you're not going to pick up. How do we mitigate that issue where it's not a continuous back and forth with the owner, but it's getting cleaned up?
Correct. So we don't pick it up normally because you don't know what's in there, right? It could be glass, it could be syringes, you never know. So it poses a safety risk for our drivers. But that's where it comes back to the presentation of working with the customers to increase service levels. And then ultimately, if we can't reach an agreement, working with staff to utilize code and increase those service levels so there is no overage.
Okay. I can hear the whispers over here on this end, so
We're just moving along.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Smucker?
We're just saying how wonderful your questions are.
Take as long as Phyllis.
All right. Well, first, I just want to say that you have an amazing employee with Eileen. I mean, she's always answering emails. And I'm not talking about our emails. Like if someone will send me an email, I'll forward it to Eileen, and she immediately responds to that person. So she's such a responsible and responsive person.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
yeah, she really is.
We love her.
Yes, I think we love her too, right? I think we all do. Okay. She does. She is amazing, and I'm really happy to hear that now Nicholas will be working with you guys on with the city, but with Coastal. So I'm very happy to hear that. I think it's a great idea. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about those decals. So I'm a little bit concerned that those decals that we're going to put on top of the garbage cans, that they're not going to be long lasting. I just want to make sure you use good, durable paper, because even though you put it on there, but people tend to forget, and in 6 months they'll say, oh yeah, I can't put that in there, but they may not see it depending on the type of paper you use. So please
Talk about the decals.
make it durable. That's all I'm asking.
You would be on our decals and the coastal decals.
Yeah, so they're not paper decals per se. They are plastic stickers. They are weatherproof. I think the challenge there is, and where it got lost in translation, was figuring out how to get them all on there, because the carts were all brand new 2.5 years ago, but they're not all brand new now. So trying to apply those stickers and making sure they stick without falling off for the foreseeable future is the challenge. I think getting that on there will definitely help, but we will work with staff to figure out the best plan forward to make sure that it does happen.
I mean, you can give us new garbage cans without that lip if you want, the one that when I open it spills water all over my clothes. So you could do that if you want. The before it used to be like flat, and now it has that lip, and then I'll open it. And okay, so I know there is dumpsters behind City Hall, right, where people can go, right. And there used to be, I don't know if there used to be in the rest of the city, but I remember a long time ago there used to be one in Eastern Shores. Right, right. I'm not sure if there was the rest of North Miami Beach or not, because it was many years ago, but maybe that's something that we can consider about putting it in certain neighborhoods.
Yeah, absolutely. Drop-off sites. We can create drop-off sites for, we have them in other cities. And also, too, we had our meeting today. Nicholas scheduled our meeting this morning and to go through some things. And one of the things that someone on your staff brought up was that you have an interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County to bring your residential garbage to them. But you don't have what they were saying, and I don't know anything about it, but something for to look into is that you should also have access, if you have an interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County, access to their transfer stations and their drop-off sites as well. Now, residents do have access to Miami-Dade County, but they've got to drive all the way to 215th Street and 47th Avenue, west of Hard Rock Stadium. So if there was something closer, okay, and you may be entitled to it because you have a contract, an interlocal agreement, that's something to look into. I don't know.
No, I don't, we're not entitled.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not entitled to.
159 Northwest 2nd, I think.
But what he's talking about, creating an interlocal agreement to allow residents to.
Right.
We can definitely approach the county again. Last time I approached the county with something similar, unless their response to me at that time was, unless your area is serviced by the county and you are our customer, you're not going to get the rights to the dump site.
You can always try.
So we can try again, though.
Yeah.
Hey,
And
Are surrounded by counties, so they do service.
well, they're just saying because we're not using, I know what you're
yeah, but when you go with your license and it says
you
North
have to
Miami
be-
Beach, they're
no,
not gonna, that's not gonna work, Jay, but
Commissioner
good try. Okay, and then the last question, and I'm sure we all appreciate the fact that you're gonna donate the cameras, but then there comes the issue that we're gonna have to train someone to know how to use it, to view it, and also where is it gonna be, where's who's going to have access, so on and so forth. So, but I'm sure that's something you can all work out.
Yes.
But thank you so much. We appreciate that. You can put them like in every corner of North Miami Beach. We won't complain. We'll be very happy to.
I'm sure staff and code probably know exactly what alleyways to put them in and what streets to put them on already. So and so our drivers. So I think we'll work together with staff and put them in great places, and I think it'll help tremendously.
And if it's successful and we need to buy more, we can always put that in the budget next year.
Yes, Commissioner John.
They'll donate it. Don't worry.
Yes, sir. Commissioner John.
Thank you so much. I want to thank you for being a great partner. Here's what I will say. It's a dirty job, right? But someone has to do it. I've just been thinking about that. I think it's commendable that you're here, but I do think it's unacceptable that we've had to get to this point because this is a service that we're paying top dollar for. So, I like the fact that my colleagues have kept it, friendly, but this is a very high-end contract. And I remember when you stood before us, before the commission 2.5 years ago, you promised that the service would be excellent. And so you mentioned a pathway to improvement, and you also mentioned root cause analysis. Where was the break? So was it on your staffing part? Other than communication, where did we go wrong?
Communication from our part, we dropped the ball. We had turnover. And when you have turnover, things fall through the cracks, and just no excuses for it. We have Jim Thompson here now. Jim does a great job, and he is in the city every day. And we have our president, who is an operationally minded person, grew up on the garbage truck, and he is ensuring that this service is something that you expect and we should deliver. And I've been doing this my whole life, 45 years, and I know what great service is, and there's no reason why you can't be delivered.
So to that point, what's within the contract that talks about demerits or credits? What are we addressing? Because I know in good faith you guys have been coming out and doing extra work, but what I want to know within the constraints of the contract, what is the city owed when these mistakes are continuously happening?
So, Commissioner, within contract terms, they're typically referred to as liquidated damages. And so there is a provision within the contract in which when a violation of the contract or a service provider or something that we feel, then we, per the contract, we need to inform the vendor, and this is pretty standard for almost any contract. We need to inform the vendor of the potential contract violation or whatever it is that we feel is a contract violation. They have X amount of days to cure or to fix the problem. And if they don't, then liquidated damages at whatever the prescribed amount within the contract states needs to starts being implemented until the contract is either cured or then you negotiate the termination of the contract. In many cases, once what's been happening is once we've received the complaint of a missed pickup or anything like that, we will inform Coastal, and they've been very responsive to doing that. But that's just one aspect, right? There was a bigger problem, and that is to ensure that we don't get to even issuing a complaint that they have to cure. And so they have been working in that direction and realigning between city efforts, not only internally within Public Works, but also looking with our code department and our sanitation subdivision of Public Works, essentially, code, as well as the contractor, putting that back all together as to how it should be reported. As you know, we've had a number and an email for complaints that Coastal is required to maintain and to operate. And they've gotten and they've been addressing those, but various staff, you all have gotten complaints, and it's gone through many different ways. And so when there are multiple modes of communication and it doesn't all funnel in the right location, you start having these different issues that pop up. And so we've been able to kind of realign as to how, no matter where a complaint comes from, how it gets to the right location. And so that is I believe, moving towards a way that we're making it better for everybody involved.
Thank you. And what I will add as well, if you guys can, we used to do this thing where they did town hall meetings in each neighborhoods and, gathered feedback from the residents. If you guys can send out your crews to do more outreach within the community so that residents can have their schedule and there's more of a communication between Coastal, more of a connection with the community, because I think there's a huge disconnect. And there was a resident here, a business owner, just earlier with pictures. They left, but like you said, there's so many different ways that it's not funneling to one channel. So if we can continue to work together to make this thing great.
That's a great idea. I know that Eileen works with the Highlands directly, and so we'll work on all the districts and all the areas, and that's a great idea,
Commissioner Sue.
Thank you so much for remedying the issues that we've been having. I know I've been copied on emails with you and several residents on that one.
Vice Mayor Sue.
Thank you. No problem. So thank you for the cameras. I also appreciate them. I think that if you could also help monitor that would also help our police department in terms of labor. So I have a question for I guess our Public Works and our manager. Is it possible to have a roll-off dumpster in our Public Works department in case our residents want to dump off like bulk trash? That's just something to explore.
So the city should have, I guess, what we would call drop zones throughout the city, especially for like multi-units. That they can go and just drop things off for so much. So one of the aspects in which we've been working with Coastal and our Public Works is re-identifying those locations throughout the entire city and re-communicating that to the public for everybody to know that there's opportunity for them to dump their bulk, especially for commercial and multifamily.
Because I think if we have an outlet for them, then they don't have to, feel the need to sneak around and dump stuff in illegal spaces.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to ask him a question about that. So that's a great idea, but is this going to be manned? Because my concern is that
they would,
the world can
essentially you would have the dumpster like what we have in the back of City Hall. You would have the dumpsters there, and then there's regular pickup for something like that to come in.
Right.
We can't have a manned zone every day.
Yeah, because I did mention about it, but then I started thinking that, the whole world will find out, hey, you can go to this neighborhood and start throwing in there.
To your point, one of the reasons why it works back there is because, one, not everybody's going to come and dump behind City Hall. They know what it is. But if it's like, let's say, like where it was at Eastern Shore is behind, they're not going to go people know people are going to be monitoring. So I think you would have less of people just sneaking in there. because they'll know that it's a monitored place. And so that's, depending on what the location is, you could put these bins around. Vice Mayor Sue, if you have any additional thoughts? Sorry.
My apologies for.
No, not at all. Thank you for adding that. All right, so the other thing is, I think like our Fix It NMB app, is there a way, do we have a direct link to Coastal in any way? Like maybe some of the emails are copied for solid waste?
So if they, if someone is going to report, and that's something that we've been reviewing the workflow of how those complaints come in and then where it gets redirected. And so if someone were to report some type of trash or bulk, that would now get redirected to our city staff in sanitation, who would be able to properly follow up and make sure that Coastal is aware,
Would that be Nicholas?
essentially.
Essentially. Okay, great. Thank you. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Chernoff.
John, thank you for being here. Thank you for listening and hearing what we have to say. I know that you guys have been very responsive. I know when I've complained to the manager's office and you've gotten the complaints, you've dealt with it. Well, a perfect example, and again, who is our pickup? You said, I heard somewhere that there's a pickup group that comes after the bulk. Who does that? Us or you?
That's, even though Coastal provides the city the funds, those are city employees.
Yeah. I think it's
Okay, because I have never seen anybody come in my neighborhood pick up.
So anytime there's a complaint and you hear that city crews picked up, whether it's bulk or something that's happened, that's the crew that does it.
Okay, all right, because the perfect example is bulk trash in my neighborhood was last week, and I had a trash pile in front of my house, so my neighbor put some stuff in. He put a plastic chair, and the crane crushed it, and plastic went like 2 houses down that way, 2 houses down that way, and there's still little pieces that I'm finding. And he had to know that he crushed it and it went flying and didn't stop. That's the concern.
And that's a concern, a very valid concern, and a concern of ours, and it's just repetition and training and some discipline, unfortunately.
No, you have you have 2 sets of drivers. One is really good. The other one isn't. The one who's digging Phyllis's swale is not the good one. The one who only touches it is the good one. You know, but thank you, and we appreciate you guys.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate you guys as well, very much. We're very proud of this contract.
Thank you, John. All right. Next item on the agenda is a public comment? Public comment? Okay. Before I start, I want to make a clarification. Public comment is open, and the clerk is going to read more into the statement. On every item that is quasi-judicial or requires an ordinance, there will be first reading. There will always be an opportunity to speak on that item. On items that are procedural in that sense, it would be on a case-by-case basis. But that being said, you all have an opportunity to speak on every item on this agenda. Also keep in mind there's certain items that were taken off, tabled. So if you can, just so we can edify the residents, because I don't want them to feel that they weren't informed, mention the items that are not, again, on the agenda so they can be informed. And please open up public comment based on our requirements of the civility and what have you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, from looking at the list, most of these speakers would like to speak on the water item. So that item has been deferred. You're welcome to speak, but just wanted you to be aware that item will not be heard and addressed today. Proceed? Okay.
Oh, that is a whole team now. Okay, so.
All right, good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers, when you're called to the podium, please state your name for the record. The Mayor and Commissioner of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance exercise civility towards each other. And our first 3 speakers are Terso Martinez, Karen Harold, and then Josh Jemmy.
Just to also clear, because my manager wants me to be very clear, on quasi-judicial as well as ordinances, during first reading, public comment will always be open to the public. If you need additional time when you come up, please make the request, and if time allows, I'll allow an additional minute. So just wanted to add that clear fact. We're on the same page. All right, thank you.
Okay, so the first speakers were Terso Martinez, Karen Harold, and then Josh Jemmy.
Tirso Martinez, 12780 Hickory Road, North Miami. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you today. And the timing couldn't be better. I'm here because of violation of illegal dumping in front of my property. I own a property in Eastern Shores on 171st, Northeast 171st.
Before you continue, can a coastal representative be called back in? I think they all left. No, they're there.
You're right. Yes, Commissioner, Jean's correct. Back in.
Continue?
Yes, please do.
Okay. And my property is on Northeast 171st Street. It's the last vacant lot on that block. And just so happens that everybody thinks that it's a public space. So the property has always been well maintained. It's fenced in. I have a padlock on it, and no trespassing signs are posted. However, for many years, I've been dealing with trespassers, moored boats, contractors, marine contractors, loading and unloading their barges on my lot. The violators jump the fence, cut the locks, and sometimes even take the fence down. So I have summoned the North Miami Beach Police Department officers and code enforcement officers while this is going on. And what I've been told is the only thing they can do is ask them to leave. So that's been a problem. The other problem that I'm dealing with, which the timing is great, is illegal dumping. That site is completely sodded. It has no trees. And however, every few months, I get contacted by code enforcement department demanding that I go pick up the gardening and yard maintenance rubbish that has been dumped in the public right-of-way. This is outside my fence, okay? And I have picked up that trash. I've owned that lot for almost 25 years, so I've picked up that trash more times than I can count. And sadly, it's all generated by the neighboring properties, and everybody knows this. Years ago, I paid the city to install a no dumping sign, the one you had mentioned. That sign gets knocked over by the bulk trash collecting companies, which I have straightened back up. And the other thing, the latest notice that I got is that now there's a depression on the soil area from the bulk pickup, and they want me to fill it and resod the area. I think that's it's really unfair. Although I'm not a resident of your city, I have been paying substantial property taxes on there, and I know you guys work hard to provide good services and protection under the law to your residents. But illegal dumping by the residents of the block or their employees and hold me accountable for their transgressions, I think it's unjust, and I would like suggestions of how I can deal with this.
Mr. Manager?
Can you repeat the address, please?
The address, actually, it hasn't been assigned, but it's 3383 Northeast 171st Street. Here's the violation notice if you'd like to take a look at it.
Mr. Smuckler?
Mr. Manager, it's on the home side, the last street, 171 Street, on the
North side.
north side.
I can attest there's always trash there.
Yeah.
That's my street I walk on.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's always trash.
Yeah, and I
The
can
fence gets
attest,
knocked down, and I put it back up.
I can attest that you've done all those things that he has said that he has done. I've seen it.
Completely, I completely understand, and what I'll do is I'll have staff take your information so that we can have a meeting to go into further. But bearer of bad news here. Each property owner is responsible to maintain their property and the adjacent swale. Because your property is vacant, that doesn't change that each property owner is responsible for the maintenance of their property and the swale. It does make you more of a target because people end up seeing vacant lot, great, I can do whatever they want there. I can't go onto your private property and secure it and do something to help avoid the issue. Those are steps that essentially you would need to kind of do yourself. Now, we can sit down and kind of see how we can collaborate together and further help. But we can't go on to private property to do that. So
this is not happening on private property. It's happening on the public right-of-way. And it is the swale. The swale right now is undeveloped. I've developed 5 of the properties on that same block.
But the swale, the responsibility of maintenance of the swale is the adjacent property owner to that.
But you can't expect me to police and patrol that area when I do not, that lot, when I don't live there. And we talked about education and communication.
Like I said, I think there's a couple things that we can talk about of how that can work, and we'll get your information. We'll schedule something for later this week so that we can have that conversation. We can talk about what are those steps that are available for everyone.
Thank you.
And Mr. Manager, if I understood him correctly, the police saw them there, and the only thing they could do was ask them to leave. So our police chief is here.
That is correct.
We have a new police chief. I would hope you'd spend a few minutes with him and see what
I even asked the last time that he was, name of the company is Coastal. No, it's not Coastal Marine. I forget the name.
Coastal Marine.
No. It's these guys. They do a lot of work in the neighborhood, and they were unloading their materials onto barges because they were doing work in the neighborhood. I called the police and I asked for a police report. The answer was, well, what do I report?
No, well, the manager, please, can you follow up, see if we can resolve the issue?
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I get notified by the neighbors because they got my number.
The next door neighbor on the west side, the next door neighbor is very upset because they're always posting how disgusting their yard looks, and they're cleaning it up, and he definitely is telling you there's a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Take care.
Hi, Karen Harrell, North Miami Beach resident. Thank you for all the good things you did. You just eliminated half the things I wanted to say. Good evening, commissioners, mayor, city manager and staff, and city attorney and staff, and city clerk. I know, but I had to emphasize how special she is. Okay, I want to give a big shout out of thanks to the crew from the beautifications, Supervisor Delroy Russell and his team, Emerson, Romale, Anthony, and Melvin. They're doing a fantastic job trimming the trees on 10th Avenue, which I haven't seen done since before 2020. They are amazing. Very nice people. I also wanted to give a shout out to our dedicated NMB PD for the ceremony for the retiring Chief Harvette Smith. It was very well done, and thank you for all you do to keep us safe. Chief Harvette Smith maintained good communication with the community and took our concerns seriously, and I'm so happy to see Chief Pinolis is continuing in that area, and I look forward to working with him, and welcome to our new officers. I haven't seen any education being directed to the community regarding the bins being brought back to the houses after the pickup and not left on the curves for a month at a time. Also regarding not putting bulk trash on terraces weeks before scheduled pickup, it's been talked about many times before, no action taken. I think 3 commissions ago, a different city manager was discussed how there was going to be education. The city was going to give education to people to make sure that this happened. It's never happened since then. This was not brought up tonight. This is probably from the city to make sure people take their and also part of what they did, I was wondering how it correlated with holidays, because after holidays, you always see that overloading. So, all right. I want to thank you and all from the community that participate in the planning of the Hanukkah menorah lighting event. There were so many activities for young children, from face painting, train rides, menorah lighting, arts and crafts tables set up by our great library, to the parachute dreidel drop and the delicious food. Thank you to all the city employees who helped to make the event such a great success. I support the removal of fluoride, a toxic industrial waste, from the city's water. Good tasting water does not mean healthy water. I have known of the concerns with toxicity to the human body for over 50 years. This is not a new item that's just come up recently. And it's not a political issue. It's a health issue. And it's won't be, if it's taken out of the water, it's not going to be taking it out of people's lives. There's still other options and ways that people can get fluoride if they do choose. And I want to thank you for reinstituting that the public will be able to speak on different agenda items, because that was really, really troubling me, and I want to thank you for bringing that back. Have a good evening.
I just clarified our stats, but thank you. Thank you so very much. Next speaker.
Yeah, he didn't reinstitute it. He was just clarifying
Yes, I
what
didn't
he,
take it away,
yeah.
But
No, it's okay. Don't worry.
no, we clarified it, but thank you so very much.
Before you said only this time, 3 minutes.
No.
But you and I wrote you an email, and
Yes.
I didn't get what you got tonight. So thank you for making
Clarify.
it clear.
Thank you so very much.
you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Excuse me. My name is Josh Jemmy, and I'm a resident of North Miami Beach, and I'm here to strongly urge the removal of fluoride from our city's water supply. For decades, fluoride has been added to the water with the goal of preventing tooth decay. However, it is now widely recognized that fluoride's benefits are topical, meaning it works best when applied directly to the surface of the teeth, such as in toothpaste or dental treatments. Ingesting fluoride, especially in the form of fluorosilicic acid, which is what they're adding to the water, offers no dental benefit and in fact poses significant risks to human health. Fluorosilicic acid is a byproduct of fertilizer production and is classified as a toxic substance. Both the EPA, the CDC, and even the FDA have acknowledged its potential dangers when consumed. It can interfere with iodine absorption in the body, which is a critical nutrient for thyroid health, metabolism, and brain development. Without enough iodine, people face higher risks of hypothyroidism, developmental delays, obesity, and even mental health issues like depression. Shockingly, 5 out of the 10 top health problems in the United States, health disease, diabetes, obesity, cancer, and mental health disorders, are linked to iodine deficiency. By adding fluorosilicic acid to our water, we may unknowingly exacerbate these widespread health issues, especially since iodine deficiency often goes undiagnosed. North Miami Beach has the opportunity to lead by example. Over 30 countries, including Germany, Japan, and Sweden, have banned or discontinued adding water to the fluoride, citing health risks and ethical concerns. Today, only about 5% of the world's population consumes fluoridated water, with the U.S. being an outlier. If these countries can prioritize public health without fluoride, why can't we? Instead of exposing our residents to unnecessary risks, we should focus on providing clean, safe water. Removing fluorosilicic acid from our water supply would align North Miami Beach with global health standards and demonstrate our commitment to the well-being of our community, particularly our most vulnerable, such as children and pregnant women. I respectfully urge the Council to take immediate action and remove fluoride from our water supply. Let's make a change that prioritizes health, safety, and informed decision-making for everyone in North Miami Beach. Thank you.
Speaker, please.
Next speakers are Suzette De Jesus, then Dr. Seth Gilson, and then Dr. Frida Rosenbaum.
And can we hold the applause? We have a civility, so thank you.
Hello, my name is Suzette De Jesus. Hello to everybody, and thank you for your service. I wanted to speak on the dangers of fluoride in drinking water because I know that there is really no benefits. There's enough research. I want to take you a little bit through the timeline. It was used in the 1930s by the Nazi to make people complacent. The officers in the Nazis did not have any guns. Literally, all these people walked to gas chambers on their own. They could have ran, they could have done anything, but they were under fluoride, heavy levels of fluoride, so they couldn't even process the information. Some of the dangers of fluoride in water is to cognitive development and lower IQ, especially in children that are having developed brains and multiplying and dividing cells a lot more than us adults. Dental fluorosis. I don't know if you've ever seen people with white in their teeth. That's dental fluorosis. Skeletal fluorosis. That is basically your bones are decaying. They're slowly becoming, being released. All the calcium, magnesium is being released into the blood, which can cause gallbladder stones and a lot of more damaging symptoms, not to mention that it causes nerve compression. Have you ever felt a pain where you have to go to acupuncturist because your nerves are being pinched? That could also be caused by fluoride and through skeletal fluorosis. Endocrine disruption. Basically, we already have blue lights, we have the cell phones that do cause endocrine disruption. We don't need it added in the water. Another fun story, well, it's not a fun story, but it was in 1915 in Grand Rapids, Michigan. In Grand Rapids, Michigan was the first place, 1945, that fluoride was added to the water. Michigan is one of the worst states where the worst waters are located right now, not just because of fluoride, but because of other industrial factors, but fluoride is one of the main concerns. Another fun fact to know is that in 1915 in Colorado, the brown stain, apparently there was a brown stain that came around. They developed a new water pipe that was coming from from this spring in Colorado that had fluoride in the water. And they noticed that the little kids were the ones that are getting the brown stains. Well, this doctor made it up on his life right before he died in 1915 to figure out what was going on. They tested the water, but at that point they didn't know. Finally, throughout 15 years of research, they found that it was fluoride. They didn't know then. They just said change the water from another spring. So they changed it, and the spots started going away. I have a lot more things to say, but just please try to remove it, because if you guys do it, we can push it over, in a lot of cities. If you need any help to communicate with the other cities that you guys serve water to, I'll be more than happy to email them information.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bye.
Dr. Gilson?
No, it's Dr. Rosenbaum. I just moved ahead of him. He's okay with it.
He left? Okay.
He's here. Hi, I'm Dr. Freda Rosenbaum. I'm a dentist. This is my 43rd year in dentistry. There's still cavities. There's still decay. It doesn't matter where we are. I've worked in New York. I've worked in Boston. I've worked here for years. We still get cavities. And so people have the choice of using fluoridated toothpaste. They have fluoride in the dental products that are available. And unfortunately, when we drink fluoridated water, it does get into our bones. And so just like the last speaker spoke, there's fluorosis, which is those white and brown spots on teeth. I can take an Explorer and chip them away because they are denser, but they're more brittle. Same thing happens in our bones. There's multiple research papers that have indicated that communities that have fluoridated water have a much higher incidence of hip fracture in the elderly. And I figure there is some elderly in North Miami Beach. And so we all want to not have to ingest this fluoridated water. We have lots of options. Even on a tube of toothpaste that has fluoride in it, there's a warning that if a child takes more than a pea size of this fluoride toothpaste, please call poison control. It's not okay for us. There are fluoride treatments in dental offices all the time. Kids end up throwing up afterwards because they've been given a poison to sit with for that long a period of time, and they can't control their swallowing reflex well enough. There's just so many incidences of excess fluoride, and they say that our water is safe at this level. Well, how much water do we drink? How much water is it safe? Is it 1 glass a day? Or is it the 8 glasses a day that we drink? Or in this warm climate where we drink huge amounts of water to stay hydrated, we don't know that it's safe enough to have this in there. And then there are all the women that are pregnant or children. There's all this information now that the IQ is lower in fluoridated communities. And this fluorosis is happening in utero, and it's happening in infants. It's when they are not getting unfluoridated water that they don't have a choice about. You know, we say we use water filters, but really, if you check the water filters, most of them can't take out fluoride. You need to get the very expensive, very detailed water filters in order not to have fluoride in there. And so we don't have a choice. We're medicating. Why don't we medicate for depression or anxiety or all the other things that we're medicating for? Why were you medicating for cavities? Really. And thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. I'm grateful that you do the work that you do, and I really hope that we can get the fluoride out of the water. So thanks.
Speaker.
My name is Dr. Seth Gilson.
Going through the motions.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity and your attention. The practice of public water fluoridation is based on outdated and misleading information and poses real risks to our community's health and well-being. Fluoride is a neurotoxin which does not naturally occur in the human body. On the contrary, extensive evidence indicates that fluoride can interfere with critical biological processes. Knowing this, it's crucial to understand that naturally occurring fluoride, such as calcium fluoride found in spring water, is far less absorbable by the body than the hydrofluorosilicic acid and sodium fluoride commonly used in water fluoridation. These industrial byproducts are highly bioavailable, meaning they are more readily absorbed and stored in the body, increasing the toxic burden over time. According to the CDC, about 40% of American teenagers show signs of dental fluorosis, a clear indication of excessive fluoride exposure during childhood. Water consumption varies widely, and we are exposed to fluoride from multiple sources, making it impossible to regulate individual doses through water fluoridation alone. Fluoride crosses both the placental and blood-brain barriers, and numerous studies have linked fluoride exposure to neurodevelopmental issues, including significant reductions in IQ. Moreover, a multi-million-dollar study funded by the United States National Institutes of Health found no significant relationship between fluoride intake and tooth decay in children. This challenges the primary justification for public water fluoridation. There are over 33 studies from various countries linking fluoride exposure to reduced IQ. And additional research has associated fluoride with thyroid dysfunction, skeletal fluorosis, hormone dysfunction, and an increased risk of bone fractures. The health risks associated with water fluoridation are well documented and concerning. While some may argue that the dose makes the poison, the reality is the poison makes the poison. And no one has the right to impose on others the exposure to a substance with known risks. Frankly, the burden of proof must lie with those advocating for water fluoridation to demonstrate beyond any doubt that it is safe for everyone in our community. There are safe, effective, and individualized ways to promote oral health. Education, improved access to care, proper nutrition, and the use of hydroxyapatite products can address dental decay without exposing the entire population to unnecessary risks. Fluoride treatments would remain available through dental professionals and can be prescribed based on individual needs. Removing fluoride from our water will not eliminate access to it for those who wish to use it responsibly. I urge the City Council to act decisively and remove fluoride from North Miami Beach's water supply. Let us prioritize the health of our entire community, especially our children. Again, my name is Dr. Seth Gilson. I actively practice holistic and biological dentistry in Aventura, Florida. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Maya Georges Asi, then Hernando Valenzuela, and Dr. Richard Muffson.
Dr. Asi had to leave Thursday. She's coming back for the workshop.
Okay.
She'll be back here for the workshop.
Hernando Valenzuela. Dr. Richard,
Dr. Weisskopf will be at the workshop.
Don't mean to be disrespectful, but so much of the information I just heard was just, I can't describe it. It's not true, it's BS. And I guess some of this.
Speaker, can you state your name, please?
Yes, name and for the record.
Yes. I don't know if the mic is on, or it is. Yes, I was gonna start right now. My name is Richard Muffson. I am a proud member of the dental profession. I reside at 310 Atlantic Isle and Sunny Isles Beach, and I practice as an oral surgeon in the North Miami Beach area. I come before you to voice strong support for community water fluoridation, which has been highly regarded as one of the 10 most significant public health achievements of the 20th century, right up there with the discovery of antibiotics, vaccines, cancers, treatment, and others. Community water fluoridation has been scientifically proven to reduce tooth decay by as much as 25 to 45%, especially in children, who then grow up with stronger teeth into adulthood. See, fluoride gets incorporated into the teeth, makes the teeth stronger and more resistant to decay. The term decay or cavities should not be minimized. It is important to know that decayed teeth, if left untreated, also turn into large cavities and then infection with facial pain and swelling, and has indeed landed many people, especially children, in hospital emergency rooms. Many have even died from advanced dental disease and infection. It is truly a shame that we currently live in a world of conspiracy theories and unproven or disproven information. As we know, there are those who want to take away vaccines, which is our protection against diseases like polio, whooping cough, measles, and others. And now there are those who seek to take fluoride away from us, our protection against significant dental disease. In Florida, much of this has been driven by our Surgeon General, Dr. Joseph Ladapo, who recently came out at a press conference calling for removal of fluoride, and yet with no legitimate scientifically proven information or justification. Please may I share this one very important fact. Fluoride occurs naturally in our water, naturally. But community water fluoridation is merely the precise adjustment of fluoride to the level recommended for optimal safety, efficiency, and dental health, which is a level of 0.7 parts per million. This is less than 1 part fluoride per 1 million parts water. All the things you just heard on fluorosis, that occurs only when there's highly excessive fluoride in a water supply like that city in Colorado. That was a naturally occurring, aberrant, large amount of fluoride that causes fluorosis, not the most recommended type level. Many people in the anti-fluoride movement cite studies or reports typically involving higher levels of fluoride, which also lack peer review, transparency, and those studies lack adherence to scientific principles and standards. Similar to the unfounded claim that vaccines cause autism, fluoride does not cause autism. It does not cause neurologic deficit. It does not cause IQ deficits.
15 seconds.
Rather, it has a scientifically proven track record for the better part of a century now of safety and efficacy, backed by volumes of peer-reviewed research, literature, and experience. And when used at the proper level of 0.7 parts per million, it is of tremendous benefit to our dental health, our communities, and our children.
Time.
Last sentence. I would also offer to share additional information and participate in further discussions or workshops you may hold or find helpful. Thank you for your time and attention to this important issue.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Crystal Andrew, then Professor Richard Weiskopf.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Sorry, I'm going to do a little higher there. Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Crystal Andrew, and I'm a resident here for 6 years in total. And I just want to say thank you for allowing us to speak this evening in opposition to the fluoridation of the North Miami Beach municipal water. We've had many reasons why this neurotoxin does not belong in our water supply that we've heard already. First of all, we come here tonight on behalf of the children, those mothers who are pregnant, the elderly, the environment, the low-income families and disadvantaged communities who cannot afford the expensive water filters to remove the fluoride, those whose health has already been adversely affected by fluoride, and those who don't even have the awareness of fluoride's presence in their municipal water as they naively drink and bathe in it at their own risk. You are the hope for us all, because this decision is not in the hands of the EPA, it's not in the hands of the federal government or the state government. This decision lies 100% in your hands, and only you have the power and the responsibility to answer this call for change. From a legal analysis of the implications of water fluoridation in North Miami Beach, federal judge Edward Chen's September 24th, 2024's ruling concluded that fluoride exposure is associated with neurotoxicity, specifically in children. These findings support an immediate pause in the fluoridation program given the risk to public health and legal exposure under Florida statutes 859.01, poisoning food or water, and 381.026, informed consent for medical treatments. As we have seen this past week in the news, liabilities have entered the arena as well, as 6 lawsuits were filed against the makers of children's fluoride toothpaste in violation of federal law. With the new knowledge presented tonight that fluoride is a neurotoxin and forced in our water without consent or dosage, we must do better. North Miami Beach fluoridates many surrounding communities. Now is the time to act with responsibility and take the proper action to set a precedence rather than damage control later on. Let's let water be water again without the added neurotoxin chemicals. Just like doctors take on an oath, so do you, to serve public interest and safety. And we have faith that this group has the integrity to do the right thing for the public and take an important step in the right direction for the healing and vitality of North Miami Beach and beyond. Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
Professor Richard Weiskopf, Liza Traynor, and then Luke Rudkowski.
Excuse me a second, Mr. Manager. For the workshop that we're going to have for the fluoride, should we be asking maybe commissioners or representatives from the other cities that we service to be there?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be reaching out to the other cities that we service, as well as Miami-Dade County, because we service Miami-Dade County as well. Ask them.
Miami Gardens, everyone.
All the cities that we service, ask them for them to consider and to provide us their feelings on it and invite their residents as well over to the commission. I'll be reaching out to the Florida Surgeon General's office so that they can have someone come and present with their recommendation, as well as the Florida Dental Association and the CDC, so that we can have a full education and also hear from all the parties and customers and residents that we have that we service, so that they can have a time to not only listen but speak as well.
All right, thank you.
League of Cities as well. I'm sorry.
And I think also the regulating, the regulating organization for the water plant. Because speaking to Broward County, they're the ones that gave Broward County, the entire county, the direction.
Okay.
Talking about the PSC?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Go on. Go on.
Hi there. My name is Liza Traynor. I grew up in South Florida. I was a resident of Miami for most of my childhood, and I've lived here for 90% of my life. And I have drank fluoridated water my entire life until bottled water was invented. And if you'd like to inspect my teeth, they are full of cavities. So it has done absolutely nothing to stop my cavities. I did speak to an elderly gentleman as a child, and he said he had knowledge of a very slick fellow who they had a problem getting rid of the bio waste from industrial machining of aluminum. And he said, well, if we can't get rid of it, let's find a way to sell it. What is it good for? What can we do? So you guys said you don't have a dog in the fight. I beg to differ. You do have a dog in the fight. You're spending $50,000 a year to bring this stuff in when you could be spending $50,000 a year to give out insulin. So where is the fluoride coming from? So to hide the trail of where not where the insulin is coming from, but the fluoride is coming from, to hide the trail, it's given away. So where is the purchase from? Is it being mined to put into the water, or is it a byproduct? Where is the origin of this fluoride? Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Luke Radowski. I moved here about 3 years ago. I own a business here. I love the people here. I love the community here. And I hope you guys listen to what the people are advising you guys to do. I hope you guys don't drag your feet. I hope you guys get off the phone. I hope you guys are taking notes. I hope you guys listen, because this is truly an issue that speaks to the heart of a lot of residents here who care about the people here. This is not mumbo jumbo. This is not made up science. There are legitimate institutions, government organizations, and studies that have looked into this extensively. CNN even wrote an article 2 weeks ago that is titled, "Children's Exposure to Higher Fluoride Levels Have Lower IQs, a Government Study Finds." This is after a 9-year study done with the Journal of JMA Pediatrics with the government National Toxicology Program that has evaluated this for 9 years and found that there is a significant link with toxicity, with the lowering of IQ, with a lot of these issues that do matter to the average person here. That's why there is such larger passion about this, because there is a link, there's a connection with arthritis, bone fractures, bone cancers, IQ loss. We have other issues regarding our pineal gland, our thyroid. This is a serious issue that I hope you guys take seriously and act fast on. I really do hope, I really do wish that as a resident here, you guys act quickly. That's what I would ask for you guys. Thank you guys so much for listening to us. Thank you so much for being able to listen to us. And it really does mean a lot that we're able to have this conversation. So thank you again. Have a good night.
Next speaker.
Diane Doolittle, and then Nicole Sauvage. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your names.
Hi, my name's Diane Doolittle, and I live in the Sunray West. I'm going to change the subject a little bit. I was talking about the police department. I think our police are doing a great job with all the departments and sections they have to handle gangs and human trafficking now. I'm just wondering, I know the city just got I think it was $1 million grant that to have police officers added to the force. And I was wondering how the progress on that is going, so that, we'll be able to help with traffic perhaps, because traffic probably is not a high priority right now, but it is for us who are stuck in traffic. And with the new buildings that are coming in to North Miami Beach, traffic is only going to get worse. So I'm hoping they could do that. And another thing I saw on the agenda, that $110,000 is allocated for bullets, and I'm not a gun lover, so is that the cost of how much bullets cost? Okay, so that's enough on the cops. The other item I was wondering, I know we have using the trolley and the freebie ridership, and last year I think it was asked that a survey be done to see what percentage of the population and what sections of the population are using these services, to see if they are cost effective to our community. I've seen the trolley as I'm driving around. It doesn't look like very many people are on it at all. It stops a couple of blocks from my house. So I've seen 2 people there in probably the past year or so that are waiting at that bus stop. I've never used a freebie service, but I've heard that sometimes it takes a long time for them to come because there's only a limited number of vehicles. So I was wondering how those services are doing, and if it's a productive use of our monies. The other question is, on the agenda was they were talking about a recreational complex possibly being built, but they didn't state where it was. So I was just wondering if that'll get clarified in future meetings. And one more, the last item is the Singer Building. I see it's being sold to the CRA, and is it going to be for their use only? I know originally it's $1 million. They bought us a senior center, which has never happened. But anyway, just that's the other thing I'd like to know about what's going on with that building. And thank you for serving.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, my name is Nicole Salvatore. I can give you the I'm sorry. Good evening, my name is Nicole Savageau. I live in North Miami, but spend a lot of time here in North Miami Beach. I have Hashimoto's thyroiditis, and so it's very important that I drink clean water and I eat appropriately. I'm like currently on a doctor supervised diet, so that way I can reduce the inflammation in my body. And so water is very important to me, which it should be to all. Water is life. I look around and I see all these bottles of water. I see you're not drinking the local water. The thing is, how many parts per billion do you give to an infant or to a child under 2 versus an adult? Like, at what point does the water, do we regulate this administration of this drug? And it's, you know, it's my body, it's my choice. I don't want that in my life. I don't want to bathe in it. I don't want to water my garden with it. And then it's going into my food that I'm growing. I don't want to give it to my pets. You know, and then it's like, at least in North Miami, our water supply is very old and antiquated. And I recently got a water distiller. It distills 1 gallon at a time. If you saw after 1 gallon of water what comes out of the water and the smell and the color and the texture of that, I probably shouldn't be touching it. But and then you put that on a wider scale, and plus you pay to put fluoride in your water for your budget. I would think it's smart to take 50,000. I thought I heard someone say. I don't know the exact number, but why you could spend that in other ways. But I'm just grateful that we have this opportunity to discuss this, because there's a lot of talks, things in our society that is very unhealthy. If we can make better choices, why not? And it's for our future. So thank you. And it's known to be a neurotoxin that dumbs down society. I think we could just drive on these streets, and if we had some more smarter people around, might be a plus. That's all I'm going to say. So thank you.
Next speaker.
Deborah Hanwerger, and then Pastor Johnson. Deborah.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. Thank you. My name is Deborah Hanwerger. I've been a resident in the city of North Miami Beach since 2004. Yesterday, I emailed a YouTube video to all the commissioners, and I'd like to talk a little bit about the content. In this video, Linda Birnbaum, PhD, gives her perspective on water fluoridation. She's a highly respected toxicologist and microbiologist and has served as a federal scientist for 40 years. She warns that elevated fluoride is a serious problem for the developing baby's brain. She calls for all pregnant women, babies, and children under 2 not to drink fluoridated water at all. Cities across America are looking at ever-increasing rates of childhood illness. When toxins are intentionally being added to our water supply, and when we have the ability to easily remove these toxins, as is already being done in cities and counties all across the state, every week there's a new county or town or city that is removing fluoride, we must act swiftly to protect the health of our citizens. If we truly want this city to be a place for ourselves and our loved ones to thrive, we must begin with clean water, soil, and air, the building blocks of life. I'm not a scientist or researcher, but I've been blessed to be a mom for 20 years, and I'm currently, thank God, expecting. I have a God-given responsibility to do all within my power to nurture my children in the best possible way. As a pregnant woman, I must stand up for my unborn child and demand that the 2 of us not be medicated against our will. Babies in utero and newborns suffer greatly from exposure to this poison. Before they can take their first breath, toxins in the water their mother consumes infiltrate the placenta and cross the blood-brain barrier. If my newborn will be fed formula prepared with water from my kitchen faucet, the damage keeps mounting, as the newborn brain is the most vulnerable to the massive overdose of fluoride. Our babies and our children cannot advocate for themselves. They are relying on us, their parents, to give them the best possible start in life. By voting to end fluoridation, you can help ensure the next generation, your children and grandchildren, today's infants, toddlers, and youth, that they have clean, nourishing water to drink, to cook with, to play in, to bathe in. Every human being begins life in a water-filled sac inside their mother's womb. Water is essential to all facets of life. Access to clean, life-giving water is a human right for every member of society, from our unborn children to our growing kids to our elders. We can live without many things, but clean water is not one of them. Stop poisoning our water, please. Let's optimize our health and put a stop to this science experiment that has gone wrong long ago. Please do the right thing. Please do not table this matter. This is urgent. We know better. We do better.
Time.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Pastor Lorenzo Johnson. I'm the CEO and founder of Community Youth Against Violence organization here in Dade County, and I live in the city of Miami Lakes. And we're here today to make notice to that we're having a countywide initiative in which called Operation Team Curfew. And this is something that we are doing throughout the county. We're meeting with all the municipalities. We met with from Florida City all the way down to the county line. We meet with all the commissioners and the cities to adopt this initiative in which we're trying to cut the ribbon on probably in the middle of February. We also have an opportunity to meet with your police department a few months ago, and we discussed the issue as well and gave them some literature on what we're trying to do. This is a countywide initiative. We know that the bullet don't have no jurisdiction, so and kids are dying through all our cities. And the curfew is not just to run kids down, it's just to develop accountability in the household. I think you had a young lady who was speaking in terms of human trafficking. That's also a part of the connection of it, getting these parents to know that they need to be accountable for their children. And we know that they'll do better. Things will do better. Things are happening better. So we want the accountability to fall back in these households. And we know that this ordinance has been on the books for many years. This is something that each county has the opportunity to want to adapt. If you don't want to adapt it, then they'll say, okay, you don't have to adapt it. But we want all of this. We're trying to get all the counties to vote on it to say we want this Operation Teen Curfew in their particular area. We also have the literature that we could give y'all. We want to have an opportunity to come back again, give y'all an opportunity to look at what we're talking about and put us on your agenda and give us a vote on it, yes, yay or nay.
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask what time he's talking about for curfew? What's the guidelines?
Well, it's in the book here, but the guideline is, 11 o'clock, 10, 11 o'clock. And weekends it's a little different, and then it's not where the officers, we be running these kids down. It's more psychological than anything. Parents know that their kids got to be in. Kids know they're not going to, it's not to just run the kids up and down, to try to lock kids up, and the parent will get a citation. This is what it is. The parent gets the citation. And after a while, it's also will give us other organizations that we're connected with, give us the opportunity to identify the families that need the services, and that we want to be before the issue. We don't want to come after the issue because they're picking up a lot of kids throughout. They're picking the bodies up, and we're trying to help curb that.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay.
Isabel Foreman. And then Mira Stratberg. Isabel Foreman. Mur Stradberg.
How are you? Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for giving me time to speak. I came up here, I was going to read a long, kind of boring.
Sir, your name, please, for the record.
Oh, my name is Meyer Strahlberg. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I was going to read this whole long speech with a lot of chemicals talking about how water goes into the fish and the water supply and into the land, but everybody that's spoken before me is much more educated on this issue than I am. I've lived here in North Miami Beach since 1974 for 50 years, and pretty much everybody is on the same page except for one gentleman that got up here and thought that we should all be forced to drink fluoride. I have kind of a silly idea. I'm wondering if we could have two water supplies. One water supply where we can drink fluoride if we want it, and one water supply where if we don't want to have fluoride in the water, we could do that. And I'm not sure what the budget would be to build a system like that, but I personally don't want to drink fluoride in my water, and I think a lot of people are on the same page as me here. And I think that it's kind of telling that everybody that's sitting here at this meeting is drinking water, and I see iced tea, and I see Powerade, and I see Coke, and I see Sprite, but nobody is drinking tap water here. And I just want to drink tap water.
Excuse me, I'm not drinking tap water because I just don't have access to it. You can have this. I think this is not good for you. Take it. I don't want it. I'm not drinking.
I want to be able to drink tap water at home. I want to be able to.
So here.
I'm not
Go on, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry for interrupting, but I just wanted to clarify. We just have this here because we do, not because we're asking.
But you have
for
a Coke on you. You have a Coke.
It's a refreshment.
It's to keep me up because I'll be here till 12 o'clock.
No. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Go on.
Please,
Sorry.
Anyway, I'd just like to be able to drink water without fluoride in it for free. That's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Speaker, next speaker. Next speaker.
Oh, gosh. Irene Pellinger. And then Jeb Hanwerger.
I just brought my city water up with me. L'chaim, everybody, have some water.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Name for the record.
Irene Pillinger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a city resident. I didn't quite understand what the new restriction is on speaking, so I'm sorry. I must drink too much fluoride. I didn't get it. Is it when you're going to vote the last time you
No.
don't
I will clarify one more time. On every issue on this item, you can speak for 3 minutes on anything on this on our agenda. When it comes during public comment, that's you have that right. When it comes to quasi judicial, you always will have that because you get sworn in, you get to speak, you speak on those issues, and those are usually very impactful to our community, as well as multifamily issues that will be open because we do have special meetings for those set up for our second meeting on every month if need be. And the other opportunity will be on first reading of ordinances. That will always be an opportunity for public comment to be placed. So go on.
Thank you. So tonight, I would like to speak on Resolution 2025-19 regarding redevelopment of the Arthur Snyder Tennis Center and Deffenbach Preserve. With so many high-rise buildings going up in our city, and especially near this location, we must stand firm on safeguarding our parks and open spaces. In the recent past, the city threw a $60,000 party for developers to entice them to build towers in place of our park. Nothing more needs to be said regarding that illegal debacle. In the less recent past, the city entered a partnership for the development of soccer fields. At that time, the city was promised a community space, including a restaurant, to attract residents to a beautiful area. Instead, we got, in my opinion, an extremely ugly, fenced-in school building in what was once a public park open to the community and used by our library. I sincerely hope our city officials remember the importance of preserving our open spaces. I have seen plans for the amazing new community center for Washington Park. It is so disappointing that our city does not seek grants, funds, and loans to update the tennis center and add some amenities to a lovely park. Why are we potentially getting into bed with a for-profit company to whom we will ultimately lose our green space to? You have my full support to sell the Singer Building to the CRA. The space was never suited for a senior center due to its lack of nearby parking and the astronomical cost to renovate a building for which the city overpaid in the first place. I still haven't seen a full-time senior program implemented in space we do have. Perhaps there is one, but like many of our worthwhile programs, communication is either non-existent or ineffective. Also, y'all brought me back to my 2019 trip to Nashville, where I saw the sticker on the garbage bins, and I've been sending emails ever since. My background is print production. I could get those stickers printed and produced for you. You just have to stick them on the garbage bins. Thank you, and again, l'chaim.
It was you. Thank you very much. I remember you said it. Thank you.
It was.
And Irene, I just wanted to say that that 11.4 was deferred, right?
Yes.
It's deferred.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name's Jeb Hanwerger. I'm a resident here for over 20 years. I was a little bit concerned because we do not yet have a date on this workshop. I sent in information to the commission, notified the commission through email on December 5th. With all that we have sent this commission, I spoke and I shared the guidance with our Surgeon General, our head of the Florida Department of Health, where we are supposed to get guidance from. And he said at the time, when I spoke on December 17th and when I sent it to you on December 5th, okay, he said at that time that he's asking city commissions, municipalities, counties to immediately pause fluoridation. So now it's December 5th, January 5th, we had the December 17th, and now you're calling for a workshop with no date. With all the people that have come here tonight and the support that you have versus one paid lobbyist, and you see the grassroots support, why do we not have a date for our workshop? It's unfortunate that you guys have not acquainted yourself with the latest news and the Public Utilities Commission when we came here with all the speakers. Were not aware of the news that's all over CNN and the New York Times. One of the most important issues that's happening to local municipalities today is clean water and health. This is not Republican. This is not Democrat. This is our health. This is the health of our pregnant women and our children and our elderly, the most vulnerable populations. We've sent the data on the harms of this toxic fluorosilicic acid. We've sent the data, the guidance. Your lack of addressing this swiftly is unacceptable. We're talking brain damage to our children. Dr. Latipo called water fluoridation public health malpractice. It is a poison. All topics are important for the commission, but we know now the new science with the federal court case, okay? And with the recent studies from JAMA Pediatrics, it's no longer suppressed, it's no longer censored. Our citizens in North Miami Beach are being slowly poisoned into failing health. Again, Florida Surgeon General has stated public health malpractice, neuropsychiatric risks to babies and children, 1,100 pages of documents, delaying the scheduling workshop, especially with all the people that have come in here tonight with no date, is unacceptable to the community.
Next speaker.
Sharon Goldstein, David Zapin, and then Eli English. Sharon Goldstein, David Zapin,
David Zapin, founder of 30K for Back Pay, 24-year resident and voter of North Miami Beach. Wow, okay, fluoridation was not on my bingo card. I suspect that WhatsApp or similar messaging service is being used to spread that information. I'll tell you next time. And that's now a story on the Washington Post about Florida. But I came here to ask what's going to happen when ICE and other government officials come looking for potential undocumented residents. Do I have to worry about my father being dragged away to Ukraine? Never mind other minorities. With our area being increasingly land rich and cash poor, I hope we'll get a chance to revisit the topic of tiny homes, of replacing tool sheds in large yards with tiny homes, either for owners to live in while they rent out their houses or vice versa. Currently, that's illegal. But not all of us were lucky enough to have relatives who invested in, say, Florida rooms or even central air. As I've suggested before, a universal basic income could be generated with paper toll, what's the term? Toll per plate. For all the traffic that comes through North Miami Beach, I believe it's mostly from, let's say, Miami Gardens to Aventura. Oh, and back to ICE. How many foreign mothers were hoping to give birth right here in North Miami Beach with easy access to Aventura Hospital, but now that birthright citizenship is getting reversed, how will that affect us? These are the issues I was hoping to hear about, not fluoridation. And people forget the Singer Building. I believe that was an old Flagler Bank long ago, back in '89. Waymo? Cool. Anyway, let's see. So I think we've covered, and the idea of kids curfew as a sometimes school
15
teacher.
seconds.
Thank you. I'm curious how a kids curfew group will conflict against the midnight basketball programs, also designed to help with children. But thank you. Happy holidays. Blessed MLK Day. MLK wanted basic income.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Eli English. I'm a naturopathic doctor, and I am here to request that you remove fluoride from our water supply. I would like to read some of the press release from the State Surgeon General, Dr. Joseph Ladapo, on his guidance towards the fluoridation guidance. He's recommending against community water fluoridation due to the neuropsychiatric risk associated with fluoride exposure. Many municipalities across the U.S. and several European countries, including Austria, Belgium, France, Germany, Italy, Norway, and Sweden, have eliminated water fluoridation. Today, fluoride is widely available from multiple sources, such as topical fluorides, toothpaste, mouthwash, and fluoride applications by dental providers. However, additional research is being conducted to review the impacts of overall exposure to fluoride. I won't repeat I'm trying not to repeat what other people have said, but as a practitioner, first thing I was taught in school is first do no harm. Florida Bill of Rights calls for informed consent. Fluoride is a medical treatment that's being forced on the population without a risk-benefit analysis. The FDA says it's a medication. Halogens, such as fluoride, displace iodine from the thyroid. Studies dating back to the 1950s has shown that links between Down syndrome and fluoridation. And there's no such thing as a fluoride deficiency. So I'm calling for an end to fluoride in our water supply. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Shulamis Tyberg, Hubert Dubé, and then Ketley Jorsham.
Hi, my name is Shalamis Tyberg. I live in NMB for 14 years. I had to feed my kids dinner, and this is why I was late, and I'm all the way at the bottom of the list. So everyone kind of took what I was going to say, but I basically printed out what the Surgeon General just said, which she just practically read. I just brought it for you guys to see it. I really appreciate all of you for being here. And basically what everyone has just said is that I'd rather not have a workshop with things that are basically known. If someone wants fluoride, that's totally fine. We have fluoride toothpaste. You go to the dentist, you get fluoride washes. There are so many ways that you could get fluoride. We're not saying fluoride, like I'm not saying if you want to get fluoride to keep your teeth, clean, that's totally fine, 100%. Do whatever you need to make you feel okay with your teeth, but instead of having us ingest it, I think it's really important, especially for our children, for their neurological growth, for their thyroids, to just have it avoided. I have a very expensive filter that filters out fluoride. My daughter just asked if there was some water here, and I said, well, there's a water fountain outside, and she's like, no, thank you. I'm like, oh, right, there's fluoride in that. So it would be really, really awesome if you guys could maybe take a couple of minutes and just listen to what everyone has said, and maybe if you could just do a vote and just say that, let's pause it. And if you do find that it is okay, you could restart it. There's no nothing has to be done, but at least we'll know that you're doing something to just protect us as a community, as a city. And yeah, really appreciate you guys for all being here. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. It was a pleasure to me tonight to meet you to the second meeting. I heard a lot of things doing tonight.
State your name, please.
My name is Hubert Dubé.
Thank you.
520 Northeast, 178 Suite North Miami Beach. I heard a lot of things tonight about the community and safety. And then the main thing tonight I want to mention about, because I never heard nothing talking about that, about the sea level. Right now, we're very hot. It's on North Miami Beach. If you look at the map right here, it's only 3 foot above level. And also, I want to mention another thing. When the city North Miami Beach have a bulk truck. When you come in to pick up the bulk truck, especially on my house and our neighborhood, they always come in to pick up every first Monday in the month. And then now, when they finish, they always have someone and then have a broom and then to clean it. At this time, when the bulk truck come in, they took my gas out and I have to replace the gas. And nobody come in to replace my gas. I want to know you guys and then what you're going to do and then to resolve that problem. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Mayor, are you aware that we're missing a commissioner for the past 40 minutes?
Continue.
Well, I would rather have her here while I'm...
I understand, but continue. It's your time. She can hear, but you can go on, please. Thank you.
Well, my name is Kedley, and I reside in Ulida. First, on behalf of the Voters' Council, we would like to thank the mayor for his invitation to the Voters' Council to attend the 5,000 Role Model 32nd Annual Dr. Martin Luther King Scholarship Breakfast. Would like to thank you for making the arrangements, making sure that we were there. It was appreciated. Now, I would like to speak about Resolution 11.3, even though it was pulled, or I'm not sure. Maybe I might not be here next time it comes upon. Excuse me? 11.3 wasn't pulled. Okay, good. Let's talk about it.
Okay, go ahead.
We seems to be spending a lot of funds with traffic study, doing study and all this. We all know a lot of places in the city where we need these traffic calming devices. Are you all aware that in our warehouse right now, we have a bunch of speed hump just sitting around? It's been there for months, which should have been placed in the places that we are having problem. Difficulty on 174th Street from Northeast 2nd Avenue to Northeast 6th Avenue, 175th Street from 2nd to 6th Avenue. Most of you have been sitting on the dais long enough who have had all of us, the neighbors, the residents coming to you and letting you know exactly what we need, the situation that we are going through. We have had wasted of funds buying benches that are sitting in our warehouses. Nothing was ever done, and now we have these calming devices which are sitting there and should be placed in the right places. We are paying people for study while Northeast 2nd Avenue from 167 up to East Drive have a bunch of potholes which need to be taken care of, but we keep paying people for study. Enough is enough with paying people for studies. 9.10. We're talking about paying a company for city street light repair management. I'm in awe of, maybe I don't understand it, paying for street light repair management. What is FPL doing? If we're paying people for this, why am I calling FPL all the time whenever a light is out, whenever something needs to be fixed? You all are asking us, the resident, to make sure that we take care of our neighborhood and let you know what is happening, but we're paying for street light repair management. I think that a lot of you, when you were running, put this word fiscal management on all your flyers. Where's the fiscal management?
Time.
Please stop wasting our funds.
Next
Mr.
speaker.
Mayor, Mayor Joseph, that was the last signed speaker.
Let's go down the agenda.
Your closing public comment?
Yes, closing public comment. Do you want to? We have commission.
May I make that recommendation?
Go ahead, Commissioner Foreman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask if we can forego the initial commission 3 minutes,
Because
and then we just wait until the end of the meeting.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
We don't need. Do we need a motion for that, Joe, or no? Okay. So we're going to consent agenda. What?
Announcement.
What's, I'm saying,
Move to approve the consent agenda.
move to approve the are we on, wait.
Yeah.
We went to, we're going to do an announcement part on the second half, as opposed to, because that's next, right? Public comment and announcements, section 7, right?
We're going to do this commission reports at the end.
Yes, at the end. Oh, we have announcements. Oh, yes, announcements, sorry. Do you want to make that? Okay. Well, I mean, if you can be, if you can be brief, please do.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
A little list. Okay, tomorrow we have the Irv David Co-Designation Boulevard Ceremony. That's Wednesday, January 22nd at 6 p.m. at Prestige Imports. 4 p.m. Senior Luncheon Friday, January 24th at 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Marjorie and William McDonald Center. Literacy Fair Sunday, January 26th at 2 p.m. at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library. D2 Movie Mondays, that is Monday, January 27th at 1 p.m. at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library. Free Community Zumba, Wednesday, February 5th at 6 p.m. at Yulita Community Park. Chinese New Year, Saturday, February 8th at 1 p.m. at the North Miami Beach Discovery Library. President's Day, Monday, February 17th, City Hall is closed. Commission meeting Tuesday, February 18th, 6 p.m. here at the City Commission Chambers. Farm Share Drive-Through Distribution, Thursday, February 20th at 9 a.m. at Yulita Park Community Center. The 11th Heart Health 5K Walk Run. That's Saturday, February 22nd at 9 a.m. at the Senator Gwen Margolis Amphitheater. And the Senior Luncheon Friday, February 28th at 11 a.m. at the Marjorie and William McDonald Center.
Thank you. Now we go to, yes.
I think some of my colleagues had things to say when I said we would forego those comments. I didn't want it to appear unilateral, so I
thought there was consensus that we could put it in there.
Yeah, I guess whoever has something to say can say it. I just wanted to move the meeting faster, but.
No, he's reclaiming his time. I will go down. If you could, let's be brief. Madam Clerk, let's open up commission reports.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to thank Congresswoman Frederica Wilson for her MLK breakfast that she continues to host every year. And we have 2 5,000 role models here who got awards, Mr. Michael Joseph and Mr. Mackenzie Florimond. So
yes, thank you. Ron Book was also inducted as well. So
yeah, but he's not here.
He's not here, right? Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioner Chernoff.
What else? Okay, I'm starting to meet within the community once a month, and January 30th is a Thursday from 6 to 6:30 p.m. to whatever is the first one is Washington Park. So we'll get you more information, but I'm going to do one a month so everybody can attend if they want. Nobody has to show up if they don't want, and so on and so forth. But I'm putting myself out there. Happy New Year to everybody.
Commissioner Florimond?
Happy New Year to everyone, and I look forward to an expedient meeting. Thank you.
Commissioner Jean?
Thank you so much. Wanted to also extend my congratulations to Mayor Joseph and Commissioner Florimond. I was unable to make it, but congratulations to you too. And also to Chief Smith on her retirement. Also wanted to send a special thank you to NMB PD for all the hard work and all of the departments within our city that are working hard. I wanted to, Mr. Manager, before you go, I had 4 things that I wanted to grill you on, but since we're keeping positive today, I'm going to keep in that spirit. But I wanted to highlight the fact that our ARPA programs have not been executed at the speed that the residents need to receive those services. And so we approved it recently. However, the first and second phase, we just need to see some more expeditious work as it relates to our residents getting those benefits, as well as our CIP. We're still waiting for a lot of the CIPs that we have approved. We approved a long list of them, and we are kind of slowly to see the progress. I did want to thank you for the dashboard, because I know with Washington Park, we're still waiting to see a lot of progress with that. As I promised, every meeting that we have, I'm going to publicly say so. But hopefully that you can also share a little bit about the dashboard that you and your team are implementing so that residents and as well the commissioners can stay abreast of all of the CIP projects that are moving forward. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. I too want to congratulate our mayor. He is now in the history of Congress. They gave him an award that is very outstanding.
Right.
We do have good role models, and I gave up a $2 million showing for that, but yeah, I did. But I will tell you it was well worth it because that honor comes once in a lifetime, and I was glad I was there to see it. I want to say happy birthday to Marjorie Dean. Today's her birthday, and she is over at the Spanish monastery. She's the one that keeps that Spanish monastery beautiful, and she is the CEO of taking care of that. I want to remind people that the senior luncheon is Friday, January the 24th, and that senior luncheon, as long as we have a sponsor, and we so far every month do, that's a free luncheon. It's a wonderful 3 hours. It's 85, 90 people, and you have to call. You have to call because they have to know how much food to have there. So call up and make sure you make your reservations. She spoke very quickly, and I thought a little low, but then at my age, maybe she didn't speak low, and it's harder for me to hear. But please check our library. Look at what we have going there, Zumba and Chinese Lunar New Year's, and just so many wonderful programs for not just children, but for everybody. I want us to take full advantage of that. And I will tell you, Martin Luther King, it's a very interesting thing because he wasn't really for one segment of the population. He was for everybody. He was for everybody, and it should all be equal. And I sit up here, and I would just want to add and take that extra minute that my colleagues will say we're only being brief. That's what we want to do up here. We want to make sure we take care of all. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Okay, thank you. Well, the only reason Commissioner Flormont brought it back was because I said to him I was going to wish him a happy belated birthday, and now I'm not. So that's why he brought it back. Okay.
You convinced me.
Thank you. And also happy upcoming birthday to the Vice Mayor Sue.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations to Mayor Joseph for being honored 2025 honoree of 5,000 Role Models of Excellence. And we also have another 5,000 Role Model of Excellence in Commissioner Flormont, and we have a 500 Role Model of Excellence in Franley. Franley, I know you were.
Yeah. No, we were all 500.
Yeah, we're all 500.
Oh, you're 500? Okay, so you're showing your age, but okay.
Oh, now they show their age, right.
Okay, also congratulations to our library director, Dania Hernandez, for being honored by the Ancient Spanish Monastery this coming Thursday. Yay. I saw her before. I don't know where she is now. Thank you to the library, to Parks and Rec, and Public Works for making the Hanukkah menorah lighting amazing, and also to the Multicultural Committee. Happy Valentine's Day, because our next meeting is after Valentine's Day. Also, we'll be meeting before that. This year we're doing not just a heart health walk, we're doing a heart health walk run, a 5K. So I don't know who's going to run here, but
I'll watch you guys run while I walk.
And I just want to say, I just can't hold it in any longer. The people in concentration camps in the Holocaust, they weren't just given fluoride, they were given so many chemicals, and so many tests were done on them, and so many experiments. To just say that fluoride, which by the way, I Googled it and it says it's not even true, but to say that they were given fluoride, no, they were given many things. They were mistreated, they were starved. If they were walking around like zombies, that's because it was the conditions they were in and the different experiments done on them, not because they were given fluoride. And I don't appreciate that someone is trying to use a concentration camp with something with fluoride. I really don't appreciate that at all. Thank you. Thank you to our PD for keeping our families, visitors, residents, and employees safe. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lin Su.
No. Good evening, everyone. Second to last. Thank you, Commissioner Smuckler, for the early birthday wish. Yeah, I hope everyone had a wonderful holiday celebration. Now I think it's time for us to, hit the gas pedal and let's start getting things done. Today, I think the manager and the team of the commissioners really did a great job bringing coastal in, because I think this garbage issue has been plaguing us for very long. And finally, we're seeing movement, there's actions taken, there's signs gonna be posted, and all kinds of things. We're finding solutions. And like I said before, when we put our heads together, we could definitely come up with great solutions, not just good ones. Alone, we can come up with good ones. Now, I have created an event called Neighborhood Voices. It's Our Action, One Community. We've had two so far, one in the Ulita community and another one in the city center community. I think it was very successful because I set the bar kind of, I was setting it high, but not too high. I'm very happy with the turnout. I think the residents followed the intention. So the intention was that I get to meet them, speak with them personally, and listen to them. At the same time, we're going to look for solutions together where we actually work together to make our community a closer knit, revive our sense of community. That's what North Miami Beach was very proud of back in the days. I also want to make sure that you know that the government is a phone call away. And I'm doing a tour on all of our 12, 13 communities. I'm splitting some of the bigger ones into two portions. So it'll be coming to a community near you. You don't have to be in that community to attend, meaning our next one is in Highland Village. You don't have to live in Highland Village to attend, but if you would like to attend because you had missed something else and we're not going to the rotation, you're welcome to join, because it's very important that all the people share the same pains come together and help you find solutions together. So that's something that I'm absolutely looking forward to. Please contact my city email or give me a call. Phone numbers listed on our website. Feel free to come and join us. I think it's a lot of fun. We get to meet each other, and I think it really, when you come to the event, you really feel hopeful that the city is coming together to do something very good for each other. Okay, so I'm also excited that I'm going to be appointed as a liaison to the committees. Right, Mr. Mayor?
This is forthcoming, so just be mindful.
Okay, so I'm looking forward to that, but at the same time, I'm getting ready to be a trustee for the police pension, and I will be attending, the trainee for the trustee for the first time. That way, I can make sure that we take care of our police officers and all that they sacrifice for our safety. The last thing is February 1st is Lunar New Year, I believe. And I wish all of our friends and family who celebrate Lunar New Year enjoy and have a happy one. If you're traveling, safe travels. And also, Valentine's Day is going to be before our next commission meeting. I invite everyone to spread love to people, to friends, to neighbors, and to someone you don't know. But sometimes we also overlook someone we do know, right? So anyway, what I'm saying is love and kindness, I think, will conquer all. Thank you very much. Happy Valentine's Day and Happy Lunar New Year.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes, I will be releasing a list. There's a lot of discussion on this. I'm waiting for some more information from my clerk, but just be mindful, the list is coming. I'm not going to be too drastic in how it is, but just wait for the list to come out. I am going to ask one question, though, in regards to events coming up. We used to have a love-in, right?
Yes.
Whatever happened to that? Because I know the pandemic kind of shut it down, and I'm only bringing it up because during that time, usually mayors attend and they like renew their vows or something like that?
Yeah. Yes, we did.
Yeah, whatever happened to that?
And it was always full.
It was always full.
And they had contests, who was married the longest, who was.
Yeah, it was something like that.
I think what happened is that a lot of
COVID.
people that were coming were not from North Miami Beach.
Okay.
So it was like literally one or two tables of North Miami Beach residents and everybody else, and it was a free event.
Oh.
So it kind of got it, yeah.
But they bought tickets.
No, we can buy, and I'm not saying that, look, I'm not trying to rush anything. I'm not trying to rush anything to Parks and Rec. I'm just,
They bought tickets.
that'll be, that, no, I'm not.
It was like, no.
It used to be a city event.
It was a very cheap. It was like really cheap, and a lot of people were coming from out of North Miami.
I never missed one. There was a couple years, though, I did
COVID
remarry him.
COVID happened. I'm just mentioning it because we used to have a love-in and people used to get dressed up, and Parks and Rec used to do a great job. I don't know if you guys can look into that. It was a signature event. It was well attended. So
And enjoyed.
and very enjoyed. It was a lot of fun. And I'm just putting it out there. I don't know if you guys can, what you guys can think of, but I know a lot of residents, a lot of older residents attend.
For next year.
For next year. I'm not saying, I'm just putting it out there. That being said, looking forward to a quick meeting. Madam Clerk, let's move forward.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
As amended.
As amended.
Mayor, let me read those in the record very quickly, the Scrivener's errors ones. The first, which is a little bit singular, is item 9.2. In section 2 of that, it says to increase the expenditure by $50,000 for a total expenditure of $100,000. The corrected language should be to increase the expenditure by an amount not to exceed $50,000. The other four are identical. They had no numbers in them. They are 9.5, 9.7, 9.9, and 9.13, and they have the same correction in the resolution in section 2. At the end, where it says, after is hereby approved, it should be in an amount not to exceed. For 9.5, that not to exceed is exactly $91,719.25. For 9.7, that language is in an amount not to exceed $100,000. In 9.9, that should read in an amount not to exceed $223,000. I'm sorry, my voice is losing a little bit. $223,676. And in 9.13, that amount is in an amount not to exceed exactly $125,501.67. So those are the corrections. Those numbers are in the backup. They were inadvertently omitted from the resolutions. We'll be sure next time that we include those in there. And those are the Scrivener's errors to those items in the consent agenda. With that said, you can proceed to approve the entire consent agenda.
Move to approve. As amended. Do I have a motion and a
Second.
all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously.
Can the mayor move to approve?
He said, do we have a motion?
Do we have a motion? Yeah, I just had a motion in a second.
Okay,
So,
okay.
Somebody has to motion.
I'll make a motion.
No, we did it.
It was done.
Yeah, it was done.
Oh.
You seconded it.
They both seconded
We both
it. If you watch
seconded.
it,
Okay,
they both-
I make the motion, and Jay,
Fine.
say the second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
And Mayor, now you have two pull items.
Oh, yes, 9
Which I'll read. Which is the first one, Madam Clerk?
9.10.
9.10 or 917?
Okay,
Well,
so this
mine is
is from the
9.17.
consent.
Move to
agenda.
introduce.
Pull.
Yeah, it was 9.17 that was first.
Yeah, move to introduce.
Move to, it should be 9.17. That's the one we're
There were two, I
There
thought.
were two items. You're correct, 9.10 as well as 9.17.
But 9.17 is first, prior.
9.17 first.
Mr. Attorney, are you going to read the consent agenda into the record? What?
I'm going to
It's not
read
the
the
one.
item that was pulled.
Yeah, but what about the consent agenda we voted on? Are we going to read it into the record what we voted on?
We could do that. We don't usually, but we
don't?
No, we do usually. We don't. We do.
We do usually, but he's sick, so let him just read the title only.
No.
I have to say Commissioner Smith is correct. I'll go back and read them.
Please do, because it's
he
gonna.
can't- he
That is
can't.
more proper. That is more proper.
All right.
If my voice holds.
Can someone
If my
else read
voice
it?
doesn't make it, Commissioner
Oh,
Smith.
no,
Can
he
someone
needs to
else-
go to the restroom.
Can someone else read it in your place?
I don't mind.
Could read it.
I'm not at death's door. 9.2, resolution number R 2025-01, change order for Austin Topper Trucking, Inc. for sand and gravel delivery for road maintenance. Samuel Zanacona, Public Works Director, resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order of the contract with Austin Topper Trucking, North Carolina, increasing the contract amount by not to exceed $50,000, authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate the resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for budget appropriations and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.3, resolution number R 2025-02, change order for Advanced Environmental Laboratories, Inc. for laboratory testing services. Hamid Nickvan, NMB Water Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order of the contract with Advanced Environmental Laboratories, Inc., increasing the estimated annual expenditure by not to exceed $60,000 for the purchase of laboratory testing services, authorizing the city manager and or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability subject to budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. 9.4, resolution number R 2025-03, change order for AMI Engineering for reviewing grading and drainage plan services. Sam Zamacona, Public Works Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorize a change order of the contract with AMI Engineering, increasing the contract amount by $75,000 for the purchase of professional engineering services, authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for budget appropriations and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.5, resolution number R 2025-04, approving an agreement with Gilson Engineering, Inc. to purchase various digital displays for NMB Water Production. Hamid Nickvan, NMB Water Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a purchase order with Gilson Engineering for the purchase of various digital precision products subject to annual budget appropriation, authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9. I'm sorry?
Adjust the mic closer.
It's not the microphone, it's my voice. Item 9.6, resolution number R 2025-05, approving an agreement with Infotech Research Group for research and advisory services. Ricardo Castillo, Chief Information Officer. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a
Mr. Attorney?
piggyback contract.
Mr. Attorney, I'm sorry to interrupt you again. Can you just read by title only? I think that's sufficient. Is that okay
I
with
think
the rest of the team?
I have to say, I wish I could.
Oh, you can't? Oh, okay.
I think it's more proper to read it.
Okay, got it. Got it.
Commissioner Smith
Mr. Attorney,
pointed
if
it
we-
out, and she's
Okay.
correct. Thank
The
you.
amount was
I
actually.
wish I could. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission, this is 9.6, we're continuing. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Infotech Research Group, Inc. for research and advisory services in an estimated annual budgeted amount of $60,000, authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for
Mr. Attorney, would you like us to kind of take over so you can get a break?
I'll get it done. Providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.7, resolution number R 2025-06, approving an agreement with MKI Services, Inc. to purchase sludge pumps, mixers, and replacement parts for NMB Water Production. Hamid Nickvan, NMB Water Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a purchase order with MKI Services, Inc. for the purchase of sludge pumps, mixers, and replacement parts, subject to annual budget appropriations, authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate the resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. 9.8, resolution number R 2025-07, approving an agreement with Musco Sports Lighting LLC for the purchase and installation of sports lighting at Kevin R. Sims Aquatic Center. Andrew Plotkin, Assistant City Manager, Parks and Rec Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Musco Sports Lighting LLC for the purchase and installation of sports lighting at Kevin R. Sims Aquatic Center in a budgeted amount of $125,000. Authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.9, resolution number R 2025-08, approving an agreement with Sunstar Electric, Inc. to purchase Hitachi submersible motors and replacement parts for NMB water production. Hamid Nikvan, NMB Water Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a purchase order with Sunstar Electric, Inc. for the purchase of Hitachi submersible motors and replacement parts, subject to annual budget appropriation, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. I'm going to skip 9.10 because that was a poll, and we'll come back to it. 9.11, resolution number R 2025-10, change order for Right Express Financial Services Corporation, DBA Wex Bank, for fuel card services. Juan Pinillos, Interim Chief of Police. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order of the contract with Right Express Financial Services Corporation, DBA Wex Bank, for fuel card services. We're increasing the contract amount by $30,000, authorizing city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and subject to the budget appropriations, availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.12. Resolution number R 2025-11, approving an agreement with Florida Bullet, Inc. for the purchase of ammunition. Juan Pinillos, Interim Chief of Police. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a purchase order with Florida Bullet, Inc. for the sole source purchase of ammunition in an estimated budgeted amount of $110,000. Authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.13, resolution number R 2025-12, approving an agreement with Trinova, Inc. for the purchase of pumps, flow meters, pressure sensors, and transmitters, and more. For NMB Water Production, Hamid Nikvan, NMB Water Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a purchase order with Trinova, Inc. for the sole source purchase of pumps, parts, spares, and services, subject to annual budget appropriation, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.14, resolution number R 2025-13, approving a mutual aid agreement with Miami-Dade County Association of Chiefs of Police. Juan Pinillos, Interim Chief of Police. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the MDCACP mutual aid agreement between the signatory law enforcement agencies, including the City of North Miami Beach and the Constitutional Sheriff's Office, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.15, resolution number R 2025-14, change order for Rectian International Trucks, Inc. for the purchase of a trash dump truck. Sam Zalancona, Public Works Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with Rectian International Trucks, Inc. for the purchase of a 22-foot trash dump truck. increasing the estimated expenditure by $142,115, authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to budget appropriations and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.16, Resolution RR 2025-15, accepting the request to amend the Second Amendment to Development Agreement for the Solest Project, aka North Miami Beach Village, located at 16375 Biscayne Boulevard. Zafar Ahmed, Community Development Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, accepting the request from the developer to amend the Second Amendment to the Development Agreement by replacing existing Exhibit K with Exhibit I, indicating the alternate revised sign easement location for the monument sign for the Celeste project, aka North Miami Beach Village, providing for the implementation and providing for an effective date. And item 9.17 will be read separately because it was pulled. That is your consent agenda.
Sorry.
At this time, Mayor, I'll go back and pick up 910 and then 917. 917 first. Oh,
Yes, you can introduce that.
Okay. I got it, madam. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate that.
Okay, so.
Item 9.17.
Okay.
Oh, do we need a motion to move it to the floor?
Do I have a motion to?
Second.
Okay, item 9.17, resolution number R 2025-16, supporting the 2025 Florida League of Cities legislative platform. Commissioner Fortuna Smuckler, resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, urging members of the Florida legislatures to support the 2025 Florida League of Cities legislative platform, authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Please remember that there was an add-on to this in the form of backup, which the clerk distributed to.
So do I move to move? I mean, no. Do I have a? Because I do I have a discussion?
Somebody pulled it.
Yes. So
What was the add-on? Did everybody get it?
yes.
It's the backup. It's the actual
Backup like that.
platform.
Breakdown of what the League of Cities is going to be advocating for.
Their actual legislative platform. So if you're endorsing it, you have to have
Mayor,
what it is you're endorsing.
If I may.
Okay, I didn't get it.
Okay, so the resolution has all the priorities that were listed in that backup. The difference between the resolution and the backup is what the policy positions are. And just for the record, the policy position for annexation is supporting legislation that facilitates the municipal annexation of unincorporated areas in a manner that respects municipal boundaries, private property rights, and encourage corporation. Impact fees is supporting protection municipal authority to set impact fees that safeguard existing taxpayers and incurring additional infrastructure costs. Local business tax, supporting preserving municipal ability to collect local business taxes in order to foster economic growth, ensure public safety, deliver emergency services, and drive community development. One Water supports the state legislature's endorsement of One Water policies to seek and enhance integration between different water systems while maintaining local flexibility. Public safety, recruitment, and retention supports legislation and funding to enhance recruitment and retention of municipal public safety personnel to help communities maintain effective emergency responses and public safety. All of those are more in line with protecting home rule type of services in which we maintain control. State legislation has regularly been looking to preempt local control.
All standard practice. Do we have a discussion? Are you're clear on those issues, Commissioner?
No, I mean, I don't know. Commissioner
she's-
Sue pulled it. I wanted to know what
she
her
just
problem with it was.
Well, just to be, I don't want to speak for you, but Vice Mayor Sue, can you please see if you're satisfied with the? Okay.
No, because I also just received this like today as well, so I haven't really had a chance to review it. But that's why I wanted, like, perhaps maybe Commissioner Smuckler, who's also like, you're in line to be the president of Miami-Dade
Well,
League of
this is
Cities.
Florida League of Cities.
Yes,
I'm,
yes.
I'm from
But I mean, like, I think we kind of fall in line in the same, in the same kind of alignment there. So that's why I was wondering if, like, you could, shed some light on some of the things that I was curious about. Yeah, well, I mean, he was just reading. So, like, that impact fee portion is also something that I was looking at. And these studies are going to be, done by you know what I'm saying? Like, there's also.
State level.
Yes, that's what I mean. Like, so they are going to be sponsoring this on a state level to, that we don't, or, I mean, is it, that's what I need.
Oh, we're signing on. And that's, we do this like every year.
So that means that we all participate and we
Yeah.
pay into the pool, the pot, and then.
No, we're not paying.
We're not paying anything.
We're not paying.
We're just
We're just
co-signing
supporting.
on a policy. That's all.
Right, we're just
Yeah, I'm
supporting.
new, so-
This is something, the Florida League of Cities has top priorities, and then they go to all the, everybody in the House and Senate, and they speak on behalf of
All of us.
as a city.
Okay.
And this is the list of the priorities, and I actually helped, I went to one of their meetings, and I was on two of these different items. I actually changed some words. Some words in there are actually done by me, so I'm like, pat myself in the back here, but,
Can you tap her on the-
no, you're supposed to pat yourself on the back.
Yes, that's what she-
Yeah, so anyhow, but this is just like to me, it's a no-brainer. This is something that most of this is important to our city, especially the BTR. We don't want to lose that ability to.
Yeah, they're trying to take that away.
Charge it, and of course, anything with the surcharges and the water and all that stuff. So that's it. We just.
The other one water portion is also what I'm curious to find out too. I mean, can you say more about that? Because it's very short. In here, it says, One Water, Florida League of Cities supports the state legislator's endorsement of One Water policies. Again, that is a.
It goes more in depth if you go into the whereas clauses.
Yeah.
You'll see it talks about supporting preservation of municipal authority over utility revenue.
Meaning that we can.
Where is that? Let me see.
It's in the, if you click on the,
You click on the link.
on the actual reso, you're gonna see it under the whereas.
It's in the reso of the. Are you looking at the agenda online?
No.
And then you click on the reso itself.
But I'll read it if you want. It says
Okay.
supporting the preservation of municipal authority over utility revenues and the ability to realize a reasonable rate of return on utility assets. Legislation should honor current practices, existing contracts, utility operation and maintenance costs, service territory obligations, and revenue obligated for debt service and planned projects.
All
Which
right.
is something that we always have to deal with
Right,
our
with surcharge.
surcharges, et cetera.
Right.
But one thing I was going to recommend, if you haven't already registered, IEMO 1, I think it's coming up in a few days. But you
Yeah,
might
I think
have other
that
obligations.
is. I think something
But
that.
the next one is in June.
What is IM?
It's the Institute for Elected
Municipal.
Municipal.
Oh, no, I already.
Okay, cool.
Are you going? Okay.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
What?
Motion.
What'd you say? County? It's a state.
The state I already did.
Okay.
Okay. Do
I'm
we have
sorry.
do I have a motion and a second?
Motion? I'll make a second.
All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk, if you
9:10.
can give this to me so we can present it to, we're going to meet with the Florida League of Cities when we're there in
Yes.
Tallahassee, so.
Like we always do.
It would be nice to present this to them.
I will sign this right after. Okay. Next item.
9:10, you need a motion.
Motion to introduce.
Motion.
Somebody second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Go.
Item 9:10, resolution number R 2025-09, change order for the engineering companies LLC for city street light repair management, upgrade service and development of city traffic calming standards. Sam Zellin, Public Works Director, resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with engineering company LLC for the purpose of transportation project engineering services, increasing the estimated annual expenditure by $50,000, authorizing the city manager designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Resolution 2025-09 is for approval of additional $50,000 for a adoption and creation of a traffic calming standards. What this will do is it will allow us the opportunity and the objective is to implement more traffic calming speed bumps, race intersections, race crosswalks, with the overall objective of making our streets safer, reducing the speeding on our streets. Right now, we have to use the Miami-Dade Transportation and Public Works standards, which are very strict. By us adopting it, will make it easier for us. The other task is the street light lightage program, which allows us the opportunity to make sure that FPL, Miami-Dade County, are constantly repairing the lights that are out within our streets. FPL manages and is responsible for all the city streets. Miami-Dade Transportation and Public Works for the state and the county streets.
Okay.
The method of the billing is
Mayor,
monthly basis.
Why are the streetlights out on the whole 163rd Street east of 163rd?
That's a state road, right?
Correct. It's a state road. It's an FDOT. That is Miami-Dade Transportation and Public Works.
But it's all out. They're all out.
They're probably doing it. I like to know that too because I've gotten thoughts on that too. If you can inquire to figure out what's going on, I know that's FDOT's jurisdiction. That's something that affects all the residents going through that thoroughfare.
Correct. So what we do is we constantly repair the issues, and we follow up with, in this case, it will be Miami-Dade Transportation and Public Works to make sure that they're turned on. That section has been, transformers have had issues with that sector, so we're consistently making sure that they're repaired expeditiously.
Commissioner Jean.
Mr. Manager, what are you guys doing for infrastructure with meters and lights and such? Anything in tandem with this particular legislation? Like a bigger picture of infrastructure as it relates to like meters or light poles or anything to kind of grid those issues?
A lot of the issues that we have with light poles actually comes from theft. Individuals break into the light pole essentially and then steal the wiring that's inside so that they can sell it. So even we've had situations where Miami-Dade or FPL repair the light and that weekend it's broken again because the wire gets pulled out. They've tried putting on locks and other sort, but they kind of get through it. So it's a constant issue that goes through and does that. The idea that we're trying to work with and we're trying to schedule with the Department of Energy, the Federal Department of Energy, to come down to North Miami Beach, something that staff has been working on and something that I've been working on for the past year and a half, to get them to come down. One of the projects is solarizing the light poles. That might be able to kind of stem that bit of the issue and keep those lights on because now you have a redundant power system on each one. So we're trying to work with them. It's something that some cities are starting to look at, but that will cause like individual solar. Fairly simple. I know many of us have that kind of system in our house for certain like backyard lights or walk path lighting. So that's one of the areas that we're trying to work with and get the federal government to essentially pay for that.
Okay, Commissioner Florimon, does he pull it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the question I have is when it comes to the additional $50,000, which is an 80% increase to the current amount, were they providing the traffic calming services on the original contract?
No, they were only doing traffic.
So that's one question. Number two, I think that we need further information on the work that was previously done because, one of our residents made a comment about, we have fixed it in NMB, we have various different ways of reporting whether or not something is out or not working. Any one of us can pick up the phone and call our FPL contact and let them know what's not working. So I think there should be more backup into substantiating why we need an entire firm to look for streetlights that aren't working to tell FPL to fix them. When you're looking at the contract in total, it's about $146 an hour for the services. And so I'm looking for more substantial information on, number one, the original service that we have and why we would need that when we have employees all over the place driving up and down. If we've utilized it before, we want to see the progress on how that worked. And then number two, did that apply to the lights that we own? Because there are a lot of lights that we own that are either the bulbs are out or the actual structure has been damaged. Like if you're looking at the bridge that is on 15th Ave.
Yeah.
I think there's 1 or 2 lights that have been out for, we don't know how long. There's some street signs like on Hanford Boulevard and 19th Avenue. One fell over. It was removed but never replaced. If you're going down the canal, you may see certain things, or if you're around the neighborhood or city, you'll see things that really are city-owned property that need to be addressed. So, it's kind of hard to imagine that we have somebody specifically affirm that their job is to go out and see this light is off, it's not working, report it, but we're not fixing it. We're just telling FPL, go here, there's a light that's out. How do we?
Residents are telling them that anyway.
Right, that's the point I'm making, is that how do we substantiate that 50,000? But the traffic calming, we have another item for over 400,000 that speaks to traffic calming. So I don't know how many firms that we're using to discuss traffic calming. If we're going to use one firm, let's use one firm. If this firm has the expertise in traffic calming, why didn't we use them for 2nd Avenue, the traffic calming issues on 2nd Avenue? So that's another issue that I'm having, is that it seems that we're duplicating efforts. If this firm is qualified to help us with traffic calming, why don't they take an approach for the entire city, come up with traffic calming projects and programs for the entire city, and then whoever's going to help us to construct those raised or elevated streets or whatever it may be can help us in that fashion. So duplication, number one, substantiating the expenditure, number two, and once we get that information, then I'd be willing to take a look at this again and vote on it, but I don't think it's ready tonight.
Okay, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. The traffic calming. So we've already built 3 roundabouts. So we know how they're built and how much, et cetera. And we know from the public where the traffic is so bad. Like the other one we're voting on is Northeast 9th Court. And yet we hear about 12th Avenue and 10th Avenue all day long, and East Drive. And so 9th Court, I almost wanted to go sit there for a couple hours and see, why would we need that to be addressed? But if you need this, because I was told in Eastern Shores, we could not have the bumpers to go over, which 2 dogs were killed on my block, now the second one. So I was told we can't have those unless you have a traffic study. So if that's the purpose,
is this the part
that you need this traffic study, otherwise you can't do anything.
So
I want to know if that's what this is about.
Mr. Manager,
for clarification, for clarification, there are different stages of the program that we would need to do based on engineering standards, not just on what the public says here or there, which oftentimes we need to consider because they're the first ones to see it, but we have to go through the engineering standards that have been established for the county and the state and so forth. What we're doing here is there is an opportunity that if the city develops their own standard operating procedures, we can oversee, instead of getting approval from the county, we are the ones that make the determinations on certain traffic installations like speed bumps, raised intersections, and so forth.
No.
So this contract is simply developing that SOP for us to take over that responsibility from the county. The other item that is on the agenda is for the actual design of the construction project for the traffic calming in 5 different locations, which goes in line with what was presented already in the study and approved in the budget to move forward so that we can do that.
Okay. Yes, final.
Okay. Commissioner Jean mentioned something about, our entire approach to, if I'm not mistaken, traffic calming, and also when it comes to these light poles, et cetera. You see, this doesn't speak specifically to Eastern Shores. This
No.
No, but it's part of the conversation.
No, what I'm saying is it doesn't.
But that's how I found out about it, was because of Eastern Shores. And what he's saying, if you listen to the manager, you couldn't do anything to get a speed bump where you need it desperately. And there's a long runway like East Drive and like 164th Street.
Or 12th
couldn't
Avenue.
get a speed bump.
12th Avenue.
Or 12th Avenue. You can't get a speed bump unless the county sees a professional company coming in and doing just this, a traffic study, even though they did a traffic study in Eastern Shores. And because I live there and it's 100% wrong, but they did do it. But that's why this is important, because what the manager's saying is we don't have to rely on the county.
Okay, so the speed bump,
I understood it correctly.
the speed bump that we installed after residents complained on 2nd Avenue and about 160, I forget what exact street it is, by the Burger King in Ulita.
Did it get installed?
It got installed, the signage was put up, and it got installed. So how did we do that?
Well, here, I think certain streets.
And there's speed bumps in other areas.
No, but I think certain streets are not, like, there's, correct me if I'm wrong, manager, that there's type of responsibility shared between the county and the city. Some is exclusively us, some exclusively the county. So, like, this is more bringing more synergy for us to have more control. That's basically, I think that's what's going on. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, my request is very simple. Number one, we need more information to substantiate this, especially when it comes to the streetlights and making FPL aware of their own equipment that's not working. It's like we're supplementing work that FPL should be doing anyways, and we're paying $50,000 just so that someone can tell FPL what they're not doing. To me, that's an issue.
That's part of it. But
I wanted to piggyback. I wanted to make a motion to table this, and the reason being is because the backup says that this is to help develop or add to the city's standard for traffic calming. Right? I'm reading from the first paragraph in the backup. So, but in addition to, the greater issue is not the fact that the lights are not working. It's how are we actually keeping track of these lights moving forward? So if it's a reoccurring issue that the lights are being damaged, we need to have a grid. This is a smart city concept, right? The county just adopted something where they have a grid that they're able to see all of the lights and all of the meters that are out. So instead of us actually, acquiring a grid that's more in detail, we're going to hire someone to go around the city and identify when these lights are damaged. The backup also says that this is to help support, to create a standard to help support the city's existing traffic calming standards. So is the company just going to be helping to rectify the standard, create a standard? So it's not clear. So if just the backup alone just says that. So I don't.
Do I have a motion to table?
Well, I know we're trying to be expedient, Mr. Mayor. I know we're trying to be expedient, but with respect to the vendor, who I believe might be here, I'm not sure.
Yes.
With respect to the vendor, okay, and with respect to the staff, my goal here is to make sure that we get the most out of the services you're able to provide. And if we got to redirect them somewhere else, that we redirect them. I personally, in my seat, don't think that we should be spending your time and education and resources to do what FPL should be doing already. When we have a slew of lights, this is me, when we have a slew of lights that belong to us, that I drive by all the time, that are out. And we're not even working on those as much as we can be, right? So that's just my thought. So if we can table this, prepare a better report, and then speak to.
And we'll be glad to bring that item back deferred with extra information. I just want to, the city of North Miami Beach does not own streetlights. We don't operate any of those streetlights. Those are either operated by FPL or Miami-Dade County. They might be near or in our city facilities, but we don't maintain them, operate them, install them. We don't do any of that.
What I think you're
even the
saying,
lights that are on the canal?
No, what I think you're saying is that we get a certain number of lights from Florida Power and Light, and then after that, we have to pay for additional lights.
Right.
They don't give us those
But even
lights. They're just under.
Correct. But
they're
even
just
if we
under
pay
the-
for additional lights, those are still operated and maintained by FPL.
Right. I mean, they're on the grid. They're on the FPL grid, right? So
Right.
they have to. FPL provides it power. So I understand that where you're coming from. But what is this firm's contract at? Is this firm's contract concluded? Is it done? Is it still within a particular time before it has to be renewed for the current scope of services?
The current scope of services includes this fiscal year. It includes the continuation of our street lighting program and the traffic calming standards.
Prior to this possible approval, right?
Correct. So there'll be a
we have enough time to come back. No, we have
We have
enough
time to come back. Okay, so I'd like to also meet with staff and see and get more information.
Make a
to
motion to
table.
defer.
Second.
Defer or table?
Defer.
Defer to the next meeting?
To the next meeting. That should
Okay.
give you enough time, right?
Motion to defer to the next meeting.
Are you fine with that?
I make the motion.
Okay.
No, but like it was. I just want to make sure.
I am fine with that. 30 days.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, next item. Oh, I want to go out of order because I know on the appointments, if we could do that, move that up and to do all of them at once.
Move to appoint all the applications.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, next item in the.
Thank you.
Move to introduce
Should be
ordinance
11.1.
legislation 11.1. Ordinance number 2024-15. Second reading.
Second it.
Do I have the motion?
Yep.
Motion second to introduce. This is a second reading ordinance. Mr. City Attorney, please.
Item 11.1, ordinance number 2024-15, second reading, permanent irrigation ordinance. Sam Zamaconis, Public Works Director. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, 2008, amending Chapter 19 entitled Water and Sewers, amending Article 2, Water, Section 19-24, emergency water conservation rates, removing the surcharge for water usage based on customer type, adding language that provides uniform standards for water shortage emergencies, enforcement action and penalties, amending Article 2, Water, including Section 19-25 irrigation, providing for specific definitions of permanent year-round irrigation requirements, providing for uniform standards for irrigation practices, and providing for applicable variances, enforcement action, and penalties. Amending Chapter 24 entitled Zoning and Land Development, amending Article 11 Landscape Ordinance, providing for specific definitions and requirements, providing for uniform standards for landscaping, design, application, installation, and maintenance processes, providing for concise language throughout the ordinance, providing for reference to current reference literature and manuals, establishing training requirements for commercial fertilizer applicators, removing language relating to xeriscaping and adding Section 124-126, which defines the requirements for a site survey and assessment.
Okay, bring it back to the days for the discussion regarding the second reading. Do we have any? Oh, nope. This is the second reading. This is 21st reading. Do we have any thoughts on this particular ordinance? Anybody, commissioners?
Oh.
This is on the second reading for
Sprinkler.
11.1. Second reading, irrigation ordinance. All right, seeing no
I
discussion.
don't have any, but I do have.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, so it's
Vice Mayor Sue.
outside of the ordinance itself, just basically like I noticed like our sprinkler heads, they just spray everywhere.
Where,
Sometimes-
do you have a location for them?
Yeah, it's along 163rd, right? So we have that happening all the time. Sometimes it sprays onto, whoops, my car. Like, so, I mean, it's too
happens.
strong. It's great.
It happens down 19th Avenue, by the way.
Yeah,
Like,
that too.
It does.
So what I meant was like if we could focus and conserve water so that it is actually, sprinkling onto to the grass and the area that absorbs the water, that'd be great. The other thing is timing. Sometimes I think it's like at 7, or something, and I still
Sometimes it's like early in the, not early in the morning, but sometimes like midday. It's a very weird, I don't know what the schedule
yeah.
is.
So I'm requesting for you to check on the sprinkler heads and the timing, because if we do it during the afternoon, it's a waste of water and the plants don't absorb it. So it's, it's
At night would be the preferable time to do it.
I do have.
Will do, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So if you read the preference on it, it says that to ensure trees are mature when installed. Does that also apply for residential? Because people that are building new homes, do they have to have mature trees? They can't have, it says it on, I don't know, 24 dash.
The immature trees are just too disrespectful, Commissioner.
Okay. And then it says on 24-124, that was 24-122. On 24-124, landscape applications and review fee. So does a residential have to pay for a review fee for their landscaping?
No, we currently have our building permit fees and public works right-of-way fees. So this will not be
It says right
increasing.
here, landscape application and review fee.
Oh, 11.1.
11.1, page 4, Planning and Zoning Board Staff Report. It said move to deny the text amendment file number 24-22 to amend the City of North Miami Beach Code. But the thing I was concerned about was residential fees and mature trees as a requirement. And that's under 24-122 and 24-124. Here.
So those are all fees that are typically part of the permitting and the planning process. We do have requirements even for residential that they have certain landscape within the property. And so all of those are just part of the general fee structure that we have within our permitting department.
So is there a requirement of a certain number of mature trees? Because when I built my house 54 years ago, I wanted to have the high trees separating the lot and my house. And my brother, may rest in peace, was in charge of the grounds at Mount Sinai. And he said, don't worry, I can get you those trees. I said, how much? He said it would be about 3,000. And I figured 300, it was 3,000. I mean, 54 years ago, 3,000 for trees. It was crazy. Who had that kind of money? Needless to say, we didn't sit on a couch for a long time.
Good evening, Commissioners. For residential, also there is requirements for the tree size and the diameter of the trunk. And there are at least 2 shade trees and 3 palm trees that could go in a residence. That's generally prescribed in the code.
So they do pay a fee. And they do have to have.
Yes, that's the code requirement for the shade trees and the palm trees.
But that's not existing houses, that's only new construction.
Yeah, it is existing, yeah, as per the code.
Okay.
This is for new construction.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have a motion and a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say, roll call.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Florian.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler. Vice Mayor Sue.
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Next item.
Thank you.
Next item, I believe we removed 11.2, so the next item would be 11.3. Need a motion to introduce.
Do I have a motion to introduce?
Motion.
Do I have a
Second.
All right, go ahead.
Item 11.3, resolution number R 2025-18, approving task order for Chedmore and Associates for engineering services for design of traffic calming projects. Sam Zamacona, Public Works Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving multiple task orders for professional engineering services for the study and design of traffic calming projects in an estimated amount of $470,455 with Chedmore and Associates under the continuing services agreement for professional consulting services, and authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts and subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, Commissioner Jean, you have the thoughts on this.
Quick question. I know you had provided a list to us of the different locations that were pre-designated for the service, and I think this kind of refers back to what I was trying to ask for last meeting for timelines, right? So once this is approved, how soon can we see there being some sort of progress or start, Can you provide that as well?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. The design of a traffic calming device varies. Some are between 3 months to 6 months, and then the permitting enters. So you won't see the actual construction for at least another 6 months, depending on the traffic calming device.
And we would have to procure for the construction as well. So it's going to take some time before we get to shovels in the ground.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
How do we pick these? How do we pick these addresses? 180th and 12th Avenue, because 10th Avenue is the avenue that goes straight through, and you have the Canal Street next to it. So 12th Avenue and 180th Street. The only reason I say that is we've had so many people in front of us that have complained about so many other much worse areas. Before I can vote on this, I just have to, I feel like some of those other East Drive and.
Are we able to vote this? I think this goes up to East Drive, doesn't it?
No, this goes up the 160th and 9th Court, from 160th to 163rd and 9th Court. What are we spending that kind of money on? $74,000?
I see Northeast 2nd Avenue and 171 Street, right? That's one of them. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the ones I'm questioning.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Right.
In addition to the ones that Commissioner Smith is questioning, are you guys doing anything with the police department to determine if those were like high incidents? That was part of it, right?
Correct. Part of the before the design, which is in front of you, you go through a study phase. At the study phase is where you identify whether a traffic calming device is merited. Now we're at the phase where we're actually requesting approval to design the actual device. So that first part has already been accomplished, correct? Thank you.
So it's in the pipe.
Speaking of that, Mr. Mayor, 13th Avenue, for instance, just a few years back, we did a whole project on 13th Avenue. I think the manager at that time stated that all we can do in that area were speed tables. And so you'll see that in every intersection on 13th Avenue, that we have the speed tables, we have multiple stop signs, because that's what we were told at that time that we can do. Is there any other idea or thought process since then? Because that's less than 5 years ago that we did all that work.
The biggest restriction that we have right now is that we have to follow the Miami-Dade transportation traffic standards, traffic calming standards. What we were hoping to get approval tonight is make it easier for us to implement additional traffic calming devices within all of our city-maintained roads.
Right.
So,
but specifically, this breaks it down into areas.
Correct.
So what I'm saying is, and thank you, Commissioner, for bringing up the different sections. On 13th Avenue specifically, for $150,000, what more are you going to get that we didn't get 5 years ago, specifically for that area?
We're going to be providing the raised intersections.
But we were told 5 years ago that all you can do is speed tables. So that is, am I missing something?
Well, we have the latest data, right? We have latest, more accurate accident data that merits certain traffic devices now than maybe, I wasn't here back then, but if there was not enough accidents Take for example, 171st Street here. We requested from the county the implementation of stop signs in 3 intersections. Out of those 3 intersections, only one of those intersections was the county able to implement stop signs because there was enough accident data for them to substantiate the installation. It's all based on statistics and
I saw
traffic
some
and
of that
speeding.
because before, like when you got before the fountain on 171st, there was a stop sign and you guys took it off. It was like a
temporary.
stop sign. Yeah, it was a temporary stop sign. I was trying to figure out what was going on. I mean, makes to me that having a stop sign makes sense there because a lot of people go there and take pictures and they do their little what is when they take the they do it over there. I've seen
What's that?
They take pictures of the fountain, and, for the kids. Yeah, I've seen that before.
Where?
And like near the fountain, like they take pictures.
Oh, sure, weddings, birthday, you see balloons there all the time.
And that made sense to have a stop sign. I never understood why we didn't have a stop sign because you could just ride through. But no, I'm just saying that was an example. That's all.
Really, I have to say to my fellow commissioners, I'm not sure I can approve this. 651 Northeast 168th Street. What's the street you come in over there? You come in on 171st. There's a roundabout on 6th Avenue, 171st. There's a roundabout right there. That might be your study, but I don't know what should be the priority because 12th Avenue and 180th Street, they're complaining about from 159th Street to 163rd Street, that's where it's so bad. They're not complaining, that's by the school where there's already a school zone. So,
part of, Commissioner, to address your concern, part of the overall, when we do the budget season and we take a look, there's a ton of needs on a lot of different streets. And we spoke about several of those needs during that budget season. But we needed to be able to kind of pare down those, not only from a technical aspect, but what we could actually budget to move all of these projects forward into that construction phase and to get it done. Some of those areas may require a much more costly project to be able to address the traffic needs, where essentially what we're trying to do is not hold up a good project for the sake of a perfect project, right? And so we have issues citywide. We don't have enough to do everything at the same time, all at once, citywide. So we've narrowed it down, not only from the technical aspect of what the traffic studies would tell us, hey, you're able to do all of these things in these different areas. Now we start, okay, well, what would the design for this project cost? What about this project, this project, this project? And we say, well, you can have one project for potentially $1 million or one project for $500,000, or you can have 5 projects in different areas of the city for the same amount. And so we start trying to gauge and seeing what can kind of make this the most sense. And even though the design might be for $500,000, 1 versus 5, the construction might be one project $4 million, and these 5, because they're smaller and less intensive, might be much less than that, which then is able to give us more flexibility to move some of those other projects. So there's a lot of different reasoning. It's not just one reason as to why here or there. There's a lot of different variables that kind of come in as to which of the projects that staff and the technical reasons put into the budget, and then moving those budget items forward into implementation.
That's exactly what I'm saying, though. I would rather, this is a safety issue. Vice Mayor, you live on 26th Avenue from 163rd. I walk there sometimes when I get the strength. From 26th Avenue, from 163rd to 165th, there's one street that comes out. The rest of it's a straight street with townhouses on one side, a condo on the other. The safety issue of people that have come up before us many times of 174th and 175th from Northeast 6th to Northwest 2nd or Northeast 2nd, that safety issue, that long blocks, makes more sense than spending $180,000 on a block that already has a stop sign, and it's 2 blocks with commercial, by the way, where the karate place is and the post office. 180th and 12th Avenue. I just say these are places, because I know the streets. I'm in the streets. in real estate, and I am. I am.
No, there was a.
At 160th and 9th Court, I can tell you, 160th and 9th Court, we have the woman that turned 100. That's where she lived.
Right,
160th and 9th Court.
I'm Commissioner Smith. I'm in agreement with tabling the issue. Also, and I also want to include you guys take a look at 12th Avenue, and also follow up with our county commissioner on how we can get that project moving, or whatever resources we can in the meantime between now and bringing this up at our next.
And could I just quickly ask you two real quick questions? 171st and 2nd Avenue. Well, 2nd Avenue is exactly what they were talking about, but 70,000, where the other ones are 170,000. It just it's not adding up. So when I'm asking this to our professional, when you hire a company to design it, once they design how to make the raised road, or once they design how to put a speed bumps, can't you use that knowledge to put it someplace else? Does each one have to be redesigned?
Each one has
Because
to be
why are we
redesigned.
paying over and over?
Each one has to be redesigned because each one has different circumstances within the street, what's around it, what's under it, within the street. Everything is different. There's not.
And our engineers can help with that, and so we can start to not spend so much money on
Ma'am, we don't have the capacity to do every single project in-house. We don't do that. Our team is looking at various items throughout the day on a day-to-day basis, whether it's permit applications that are coming in, looking at designs for other projects that we have going on or whatnot. We don't have that kind of capacity to do a $100 million CIP all in-house. It's just not feasible.
I make a motion, we table it.
All right, all in favor say.
Can I ask for clarification what information the commission would
I
like
wanted to
when
also
we
add,
bring it back?
to piggyback off of Commissioner Smith. So the director mentioned the traffic study that you were hoping for approval. When you bring two items that are that need each other, you have to be able to explain why one is needed for the other. So you guys are going to do a study to either adjust the current study or whatever. You guys should have found a way to kind of merge those so that it gives us a clarity on why you need the study to be up, the guidelines to be upgraded. But I think to Commissioner Smith's point, if there are certain streets
that we as a commission have a focus on,
then you guys should.
That's that policy decision that we're making.
Right, but I'm not saying for you to negate the professional's suggestion. But what I'm saying is that if you're saying that it's going to take time for approval, for construction, for those things, delaying it a month for certain commissioners to go and kind of give their take on where they feel that maybe some adjustments that could be made that are more safety related than budgetary, I think it's fair for us to kind of venture through those.
Absolutely, Commissioner. And again, the previous item does not impact this item. This is design of actual. The other one is just developing SOPs for the city. So they're very different with regards. Delaying it, I'm not concerned about delaying it. We can definitely do that so that we can make sure that we bring to the commission what it is that you want. What I'm asking is what clarification or what additional information you want us to bring back.
But you did say, so the previous item says city traffic calming standards. How does that, because you mentioned that could potentially affect this item. So what was the correlation between those two?
The correlation is that when we do the design and so forth, and the determining within a traffic study overall saying these are the various areas that you can do improvements, that is in correlation with the county, and the county says yay or nay. What this item is saying we've already gotten all that information, and now we're going to design the actual construction project of what they're going to build. So that's very separate from the other item. The other item was transferring that jurisdiction from the county to the city, with us having professional standards that the county says, oh, now you have your professional standards, city, you can take over that jurisdiction and that authority. That's not designing the road, the raised elevation or anything like that, which this does, so that we then have a set of plans that we put to bid, and we get construction to bid on, hey, it's going to cost you 100,000, a million, whatever the case may be for the individual projects. This is designing the construction plans to build.
So, because I'm really hungry, I'm like, what you just basically just said is that one is getting the franchise, the other is actually making the food in it.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry, Commissioner Florence.
well, yeah, I'm trying to get your franchise example. I'm not sure if you're Raising Cane's or if you're Chick-fil-A, or I'm not sure, but I digress. Anyways, I want, as far as information to come back with, 13th Avenue specifically, I mean, we went through a whole process. We got work done. We were told only speed tables for various reasons. And that work was done within the last 5 years. So that's hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million plus, I don't have the numbers, that was spent from 151 to 159 to redo that entire 13th Avenue.
DeRose Park.
Correct. Right. So literally about 9 blocks, maybe more. We recently just worked on that. And then if we can look to see in our books, what areas have we done work on already, and why is it that we have to revisit those areas? And then lastly, I only see one speedometer in the entire presentation. No matter what section, no matter what street, this is just from what I'm looking at, one speedometer. And we've been talking about speedometers here at nauseum. So, definitely we need to see more of those. And for now, those are my requests.
Yes, but
I would like to ask.
Vice Mayor Sue.
Thank you so much. Okay, so it was a comment that one of our residents just made that said we have these speed humps or whatever. So a question to that for you is, are those obsolete now? We can't use them?
No, I believe the previous resident mentioned temporary speed bumps that we purchased. The update on that installation is we have obtained permission from the residents that will abut those temporary speed bumps. Those are going to be installed as we obtain permission. There are other speed bumps proposed locations, the residents have said, no way. I do not agree with installing speed bumps in front of my property, move them somewhere else. So that is where we are right now. And it wasn't months that we received them. It was probably last month that we received them. But I can provide all that information for you.
As far as direction goes, Mr. Mayor, it's almost $500,000 we're talking here. I want to focus on safety. I want to focus on.
No, I'm in total agreement with you.
So if we have to eliminate one or two to make it go where there's more accidents, then that's because I think of 165th Street where I live. That's that goes from 29th Avenue to 35th Avenue, and that is a speed. And I mean, listen, it's mostly the residents, but that's the speed. When you go 2 blocks, it's not. So 6th Avenue to Northwest 2nd or North Miami Avenue, that's probably a real, again, straight speed. I would rather focus on that, spend more money, take that same amount of money and maybe eliminate one where the vice mayor lives that has a stop sign. One of them with the roundabout, the only thing I could think of is it must be 167th Street already there for the curve. So to go on 168th and Northeast 7th, that's behind the commercial area. That commercial area has to have more of their own control over coming in, ingress and egress.
There is a street right behind where the little shopping center.
Yes, I know.
Was,
where
that they fly through from 6th Avenue all the way to 9th Avenue.
No, not right behind, because right behind is next door. I tried to put a sign up there last election.
The blank building is.
I do know where the blank building is.
You go 1 or 2 streets. It's like 169th Street that has a terrible speeding problem.
No, but we're talking here that's I know exactly where it is. It's where the fence is and where the 7-Eleven or whatever that is right there. But at the same token, 1 block up has a roundabout. One block up going in has a roundabout. We have a roundabout in Highland, in Highland Village. So I know exactly where the roundabouts are. The point being is, let's spend the $500,000. I'm not against it, but let's make sure we put it where the safety came first.
Okay, we have the direction. Did I get a motion in a second to defer it?
So we need maybe police reports? Maybe we.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye.
What are we eyeing on? What was the motion again?
To table it to the next.
Okay, thank you. Table aye.
Okay, none opposed. Next item, which is 11 point.
Well, we skipped
Five.
11.4, right?
Yeah.
No, I'd like to question why we removed 11.4. 11.4 has been subject to becoming to us for 2 years since I've been sitting here. And this is just approving them to.
And I'm in total agreement with you. The reason why is because, and to the manager's credit, like there was a memo that explained the entire process. However, just so in the basis of a transparency, so people could understand what it was, and it was such a hot-blooded issue last time this item came about. It's going to be in the next meeting. The memo's going to go out explaining what it is. What you just said, it is what it is. So residents know that we're not getting rid of the park. We're just following a process and actually figuring out what we're going to do with it. Meaning that the park's not going away. But it wasn't in the packet. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but on our level, that is putting a hindrance of another month, that the timeline gets pushed back and back and back, and this thing never gets developed.
Well, my thing is that does it can it be on consent at the next meeting, or can it, or no?
You want to have the discussion.
Oh no! Oh, sorry. I apologize. So I pulled it because I wanted to have. There was some concern, just like how residents reach out to each one of you about that having a lot. Very transparent about that particular park. Doesn't matter what it is, because of how it was in the past and how divisive it got on doing anything with it. They wanted it to be just transparent.
Right, but if the residents are concerned and paid attention to what was going on, this has been proposed that something goes on there for the last 2 years, and we finally have something on the table that we should move forward with it.
In the meantime, through the mayor, they had a public meeting January the 8th that I had no idea they had a public meeting, and I'm the commissioner. So this January 8th, they had a public meeting on the committee putting in order the results of the bids. Did you go? Who went? Who knew?
So that being said, we're
Mayor.
wait. Okay. Right now, it's a pulled item. It's going to come up at our next.
Cannot bring it.
We can't bring it. It's going to come back at our next commission meeting.
The public, it's not coming.
Because there was certain people that were going to speak on that issue, so it's going to come up at the next meeting. So can we go to the next item? And that's the only reason I brought it. I pulled it, Jay.
I mean, it's proper
11:05.
for the commissioner to express his concern about the.
Of course, and I look forward,
We can't bring it back.
And I have every issue supporting it, Jay. Like I was making it Commissioner Chernoff. I had every.
All right. Item 11. I need a motion for him.
Do I have a second?
11.5.
Resolution number R 2025-20, approving the transfer of the Singer Building to the North Miami Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, Adam Old, CRA Executive Director. Resolution, I have to say, I'm not positive that the CRA Executive Director has the authority to place an item on your agenda. We'll take it from the city manager instead.
The city manager put it on the agenda.
The city manager's putting it in.
Just in looking at it, I'm not sure that.
No,
it's a separate entity and they don't have the authority to place it on.
But the manager's putting it on there. This is something we've discussed. Okay.
He just put it on with my name.
Well, it was doing his impression of you, is what it was.
Right. Got it.
Resolution number R 2025-20, approving the transfer of the Singer Building to the North Miami Beach Community Redevelopment Agency. Mario Diaz, City Manager. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the City Manager and City Attorney to negotiate and finalize an interlocal agreement pursuant to Section 16301 Florida statutes with the North Miami Beach CRA for the transfer of the property located at 16501 Northeast 15th Avenue, North Miami Beach, Florida, known as the Singer Building, for an amount not to exceed $1,135,000 $28, and a perpetual parking easement or similar access to 25 parking spaces for an amount not to exceed $23,000 per parking space on the adjacent city-owned parking lot, authorizing the city manager to execute the interlocal agreement and perpetual parking easement with the NMB CRA, authorizing city manager to take all action necessary to implement the terms of the interlocal agreement and perpetual parking easement with the NMB CRA, authorizing the city manager to designate all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, essentially, you all had this discussion at the CRA and approved the item to transfer the building to the CRA with the conditions. This is now just from the city side to approve it so that we can execute the interlocal.
Do I have?
I make a
Motion to
motion.
approve.
Do I?
Second.
All right, because it's something we've already discussed. Do I? This is just a up.
Voice vote.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Next item.
Well, you've got, done the appointments already, Mayor.
So we got two discussion items.
Miscellaneous and discussion items.
So we have nothing miscellaneous, right?
Right. Just one discussion item.
No, we got two. Commissioners, Vice Mayor Sue brought down. We're going to talk about the CRA and the transportation. So Commissioner Smith. The trolley.
The discussion item on the trolley.
Trolley good.
We're just talking about our discussions item at the end of the day? Oh, what was the discussion item? What was it?
It's
The trolley.
I know, what is it?
The trolley.
It says trolley.
Hey, I had two people at once. Actually, I had three, because two people at once I can do.
Okay.
So I'm sure it was three.
And one was in your.
Okay, so the trolley. So I'm back to the same thing about the trolley. I'm going to say it every single meeting I can get an opportunity to say it. I don't think that North Miami Beach's tax dollars should pay for a trolley that starts outside of our city, stops outside of our city, and ends up stopping outside of our city on Biscayne Boulevard, because I saw it twice, and goes to outside of our city, Aventura. I don't think that my residents should pay for that trolley. And on top of it, we have to rent one trolley. We only own 5. Why are we renting a trolley, starting it from outside the city, and taking it to outside the city? And in between, it stops at Walmart, outside the city, and it stops in front of, what's the grocery store? Fresh Market, outside the city. So I really think that that trolley either has to be paid for by the county, because if it's taking the county, does he need water? There's a bottle of water unopened right by him. I think if the county needs to bring their employees from downtown to Aventura for work, they should pay for it. I think if Aventura needs the employees to get to their work, they should pay for it. I don't think we should be renting a trolley with taxpayers' dollars. We only own 5, and we have 6 that are running. So I'm going to bring it up every chance I get.
Okay,
I
Mr. Mayor.
understand how good it is. It's not in our city.
Phyllis, if you remember, the route was changed when Miami-Dade County took away the buses. The Better Best program took away 2 or 3 of our buses that then transported people, instead of dropping them on one of our corners, which was in the city, to get to a certain spot, Aventura Mall, or whatever. That's how it got to that point.
No,
where it is.
with all respect, the county changed the route 2 years after we started that trolley. That had nothing to do with this trolley. Yes, it did.
No, it did.
Nope. That's Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Sparkler are right, because it was. I remember when the line came in. However,
I know, because my seniors are the ones that rode the bus, and they had the people from the county come to a senior meeting to explain about the bus route change. It was a year, maybe 2 years after.
But to that point, the Better Bus Network has reduced a lot of the lines and the stops. That's the truth.
But they've also offered a free bus, not to Eastern Shores, anything east of Biscayne Bowl, a free car ride, and it's within 15 minutes.
And that's another issue. Not everybody has the ability to wait for a car, or have the technology to do Uber. These are people that are just trying to make it to point A to point B, depending on the situation. And the thing is, like, I do see the ridership. I mean, I stay in Somerville West. At least the trolleys I see a lot of people in those trolleys. But I also know that we have reduced services from the county, and I don't want us to be I don't want us to be counter-reactive towards the residents and the stakeholders and the people that actually make our city run from an economic standpoint be hindered even further by reducing more mobility through our streets.
No, but not all the trolleys are full all the time. I walk Eastern Shores, I'm on Eastern Shores, and I understand you can't regulate transportation. I mean, some of the city buses will be full, some of them won't. The kids use the trolley to go to school. I understand that. We have 5 trolleys. We don't need to rent a trolley. Let's make the 5 trolleys work and work the way they should. Instead of using, can you imagine Aventura hiring service to take care of North Miami Beach residents? They're not going to do it. And I have asked Aventura to help, and they said, why should we? You're paying for it.
Look, at the same time, our residents go to Aventura, they use Freebie for free. Like, if I'm a resident of North Miami Beach, I can use Freebie right now in Aventura without any cost. Same thing in here in North Miami Beach. They can use, I understand your standpoint. I mean, we can't, in a perfect world, you'll be able to limit to just your residents or the people that are paying towards it, but that's where you have people that work in homes, or they provide services that utilize our freebie or our trolley. So it's a lot of things that go in. It's not as just cut and dry and saying, other residents are taking advantage of us or other stakeholders. I don't think it's that way. I think people are utilizing the service, and I don't want to just from a cursory approach cut a line because we could use it this way, use those dollars that way, unless there's some true basis behind it. And I still see people utilize those trolleys on a constant basis. And I know because of the fact that we lost county lines that they are using them more now than ever. So I understand your standpoint. You're going to bring it every time. Right. I get that, and that keeps us honest. And I think we're all appreciative of that.
I did want to also mention that the county has a new public works and transportation director. I don't know if we've reached out to him yet, but I do think we need to do that. In addition to, like I've always mentioned, National League of Cities has grants. We did get a grant for Freebie. Maybe we can try to see what's out there for transportation. I don't know if the administration has been creative in trying to find more fiscal opportunities for us in that way. So,
well, thank you. Maybe city manager, you could reach out to the new county head of transportation, and he would give some of the county money towards that. Let's reach out to him.
We can definitely reach out. I think the county provides that funding through CITT funds.
Okay. So
I think the county has just done a study as well, right? I think there's some that overlap our city. So there's very tiny, but I think I can send it to you and see if you.
And I'm assuming we've reached out to Aventura Mall for help, and they've said no.
I bet you.
Wait, can we do that? Can we just reach out and see
what you can reach out to is
we did.
You can say no. You can also reach out to the GMCBV, the tourism board.
Mm-hmm.
That's another option to reach out to.
And maybe you can also reach out to some of the developers that are building now they're building like crazy on West Dixie Highway north of Miami Gardens Drive. I just can't believe that we pay for 100% out of the city, stopping out of the city, and rent the trolley. It doesn't make sense.
I want to give you a personal story, and I think Mr. Sam, Director Sam, can speak to it. There's a resident that lives across the street from the Spanish monastery, Mr. Bluestein, and he's
the one who complains all the time.
He is, and we we had the county come out. We spoke to the rails.
Took the bus away.
We spoke to so many different people, and we were able to do some advocacy because of him, and that was able to help. But I remember one time actually taking him to Aventura in my car because the buses had been stopped. And he's one of
leaving him off at a point. No.
Correct, and he's one of many.
But the bus doesn't go to him.
But what I'm saying is, he's a resident that lives in North Miami Beach, but works at the mall.
But the trolley that we're talking about doesn't help him at all.
It's the E line.
And you might have him, which I don't know him. I would love to meet him, but you don't have Susan Gutman. I have Susan Gutman, who's the reason you got the line back on 171st. The county actually brought the bus back next to our swimming pool because of Susan Gutman, because she walks everywhere and she lives in the same building across from Spanish Monastery.
And I think that's the point, is that we're here to represent the entire city. We all have cars. We don't ride public transportation for the most part, so we're not there monitoring the city 12 hours a day to see how the ridership truly is. But I think we need to find creative ways, but also understand that the resident that you mentioned and the resident that I mentioned, we're still operating in silos. There's other folks that we don't know who are impacted by the changes that we make up here.
No, I agree with you, and I think our transportation be 2,000% take care of our residents. It's their tax dollars.
Mr. Manager, you have the direction, follow up with the county, see what other resources we can utilize. Next item is our discussion item.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
And maybe you could reach out to the mayor.
It's kind of related, the two, since I'm listening to Commissioner Smith. Yeah, the transportation.
So do we? Can
freebies
we?
and all that. We just kind of like bleed into it, but I just wanted to make a comment.
Make it.
Really
Yes,
quickly,
go ahead,
right?
Vice.
Now, thank you so much. So I agree, start and stop outside of NMB, all that. And of course, there are benefits to certain things, but if, for example, the city manager, sorry, if the city manager's already worked on Aventura, it doesn't work. I think some of our freebies might also be able to get sponsorship from stores and get advertising. Is that correct?
We have.
Yes.
No, I know. That's much, much more than, I think now we're adding 5 more vehicles, right?
I have a question to your point. Why haven't we put advertising on our trolleys yet?
See, that's what I was about to say,
See,
yeah, this is, so.
Exactly. I know you're going to say it.
Well, you guys read my mind. You're very smart. So basically what I'm saying is there's freebies, there's trolleys, right, that we could get sponsorship from. And the part that I said CRA is related is if we can route and find out the percentage of how the trolley is run inside the CRA and in our city, we can share the cost of that trolley together. On the second note is the freebie.
Share it with who?
Adam's giving me the stink eye. So share with
we already do.
The CRA is going to pay for part of the trolley that runs in the CRA. No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
We used to.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
For the
Well, no, it
freebie,
doesn't. So
the freebie,
as of
Not even for the freebie, but
She's
correct. Vice Mayor is correct on that. We tried to do that. It was something we were trying to do when we were initially.
Oh, it never happened?
Never happened.
Oh.
Because at the time they said they couldn't confirm.
Mr. Old is here. Let's ask.
Yeah, but I don't think he was here when we were having that discussion or having the CRA cover some of the costs of the trolley or freebie while in the CRA.
right. And I spoke with the lady from Freebie, and she said that they can calculate it down to the millisecond.
Does the CRA pay for some of the trolley or?
No, ma'am.
No, the CRA doesn't pay for any trolley right now. That's all from the CITT fund, as far as I know. That's the half-cent tax on sales tax that you all pay when you buy something.
Never did it. Yeah.
The CRA did at one point pay for freebie. As far as I know, this was before my time, and I've spoken to the freebie representative and gotten sort of a heat map and a number of rides calculation from them about where in the city and outside the city, where are they picking people up and dropping people off. So I do have some data about that, because I was concerned that, maybe it was all outside the CRA. There was a fair amount of the drop-offs were in the CRA. A lot were at City Hall, weirdly. But I'm not sure who that was.
Weird. To your point, City CRA Director, is there any way you can come back with a proposal by the CRA what costs could be alleviated for our trolley as well as freebie that can come from the CRA?
So
that's basically.
I think it's really sort of like where the priority of the board is.
No, the priority is here. Like, it's obviously here. If it can reduce some costs and alleviate some funds to do other things, I think it's here. We can alleviate.
Mr. Mayor.
No, it's gonna come. No, it's gonna come back. He's gonna research it and come back because he has to look over the
I can come back to you with a proposal of how to adjust the budget to
accommodate that CR contribution.
Some transportation elements to it. Yeah.
Okay.
If that's,
Mr. Mayor, could you talk to the mayor of Aventura?
I will, yes, I'm supposed.
I think with you as a new mayor, we might get a little.
No, I have no problem. I have no problem because we have the mayoral meetings every month. So I will definitely. You have my word. I'll bring it up.
No, I was going to say that I think that some of the proposals that you guys have been discussing, I think they're really good long-term proposals. This is something of a short-term proposal because eventually when the CRA returns to the city, if we don't extend it, then we're going to end up paying for it anyway. But my point to say this is just to alleviate that CITT because I know there are other projects inside of our city right now. For example, I think Eastern Shores also wants their Texas U-turn study and so on and so forth. If we can alleviate some of those funds so that the city can do and serve certain other areas of the residents, that would be nice. Meanwhile, we're not depriving our city, our other residents, other neighborhoods of what they need to use. Now the other
but I just want to clarify one thing. We're gonna have to renew our CRA
2028.
Right.
2028, and the projects that we do, it has to make sense. Meaning that if he's able to create a program, that has to pass muster. I don't want to go up there and they say, "Wait, why are we using this amount of money?" And if they see us, we got
to get our extension life first.
Yeah, Rob and Peter to pay Paul. I don't want to be in that situation. They said take the CRA away.
So
I just want to be careful. I understand what you're saying, trying to get additional resources for CIT, but I don't want us to risk the entire CRA to accommodate something that would be a major problem. So unless it passes muster, I wouldn't be supportive of it. I don't want to lose.
So I could address that real quickly. So the CITT money is split into two different buckets of money. Most of it goes to transportation. It can go to U-turns and sidewalks and roadway resurfacing and anything like that. 20% has to be spent on transit only, or pedestrian or transit uses only. So that would be the funds that are going into and I think we're over that. Anyway, I'll bring you guys a report.
All right, and I really would like to see, I really like the idea of the advertising on the trolley.
Yeah, trolleys, that's something that's from the manager. And final point,
Quick
Commissioner
question. I know we had mentioned the in-house trolley folks and what they're doing to better market the trolley. I don't think that was ever like putting maps in the city hall, putting maps of the trolley in the library. So that's something that I wanted to kind of speak to, how we're promoting it to pedestrians and residents that are going through our.
Isn't it on the bus stops or whatever, the lines? Like on the stops, or they're not there?
No.
They're not?
Oh. It's not great. It's not great. Oh, so I don't know if we can.
Okay, so speaking of.
Well, no. Vice Mayor had a final point. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think that I think there has been a study that we've been postponing, the $107,000 study for the trolley. I actually had thought about it, and I think that it would be a reasonable thing to do if it were cheaper, and it's not going to take 6 months. Okay, so the problem with that is that right now we don't know if we're optimizing the stops that the trolley's stopping at. And if one route is taking 3 hours, it's not worth it because that means you got to run several trolleys along that same line in order for people to get picked up every 20 minutes.
But you also have to take in consideration what's the synergy between the trolleys as well as our freebie and everything else. So lines can take longer. However, you don't know if everybody's just staying on that line to get there to that point. You always have to. It can get very nuanced. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I know.
You can't just look at it.
That's why it's not something for us to be thinking.
And I'm also. That's why I'm waiting to talk to the manager because I was the one that was holding it because there's some other stuff that I'm waiting for that I want to discuss with him as well as the county. And that's why I was holding it because that was the issue. But that being said, Mr. Manager, you were going to introduce our new HR director. Bring her on up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Today is the very first day for Stacy Hipsman that joins our team as our new HR director. She brings a wealth of knowledge to this position. I've emailed you all several career highlights. I'll just mention a few for the record, where she has spearheaded innovative HR strategies for municipalities, private equity firms, and healthcare organizations. She's served as the ethics officer at the Department of Children and Families and revised state statutes which impact public sector employees. She's also helped draft the Florida Premier on workers' compensation and serving on the board of the Public Sector Advisory Board, as well as providing fiduciary and administrative oversight. She earned her Juris Doctor degree, she's a lawyer, from the University of Miami. As well as several HR certifications from Stanford University, University of Pennsylvania, and George Washington State University. Stacy, welcome aboard. If you'd like to say just a couple words.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, distinguished guests, city manager, everyone. I am thrilled to be here, and I am truly of service to you and the citizens of North Miami Beach. I am a resource. Use me, and I am here to really do great things. Hopefully.
Welcome. All right.
Mayor,
I have something to say.
And one last announcement I'd like to make. For the past several months, we've had two outstanding gentlemen in the police department taking over as an interim chief in Juan Penios and interim deputy chief in Stuart Nichols. The amount of compliments that I've received from our police officers, from community members of the job and the direction that they're leading to the department, for me, and especially at some of our community events, has been a bit overwhelming. I think they've earned the right to be named as a permanent chief and deputy chief. And so,
congratulations, Chief. Congratulations.
No more deputy.
All right.
Would you guys like to say a couple words?
Okay.
No more interim. Yeah.
And how about acclimates from your commissioners?
All right, Chief.
Well, thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Commission, Vice Mayor. I am truly honored, humbled, grateful that all of you have entrusted your faith in me to lead this city, lead this police department into the next chapter. I can assure you that our officers are going to provide the best police services, protection for the residents and the business owners of this city. And you have and you will continue to have the best police department in this nation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll be scheduling a swearing in, and we'll make sure to coordinate with all your times and schedules.
I know we're all looking forward to it.
Chief is hiding behind this. I can't even see it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, Mr. Manager. I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you for having the confidence in myself and Chief Peniels to lead this department to the next chapter, next phase for our venture and getting this department going forward and mirroring the community and restoring things in the past with technology and bringing us back to the forefront of law enforcement agencies in South Florida. Thank you.
All right. Manager.
So happy. I'm so happy.
Manager, do you have any, because I know you have your manager's report, do you need to do it, or we can?
Everything's provided in writing. One of the things I'd like to kind of point towards.
I'm not trying to extend. I just want to make sure we get through the entire agenda.
He wanted to talk to the new HR director.
He will have plenty of time.
Well, I mean, he wanted to say something.
They have to have a swearing in?
Yes,
we'll be scheduling.
They have to. Yeah. We do it.
We'll get with your schedule.
Tonight? Tomorrow morning?
That's where you.
We'll do a little bit more of a ceremony for them.
No, we got to do it proper. We got.
we'll be forwarding over to you all and trying to schedule. There's a couple things that I will be changing moving forward. One is, first, I'm going to be scheduling an opportunity soon for a couple things. One, a capital improvement program dashboard, which Commissioner Jean has been kind of spearheading to make sure that it encompasses everything that we've been kind of talking about over the past couple of years. She saw a very rough draft of having the map and how the projects come in. I'm going to make sure that you all get that as we kind of start finalizing some of that data so that we can make it live and then showcase that to the community as well. We have a couple other things as well with Washington Park. There's a overall report that's on there with start times, finish dates, and so forth as everything. Currently, we're waiting for the material to come in, as I still don't fully understand, but since COVID, logistics is always further delayed than what we want. But we are still scheduled to make sure that we meet all the deadlines and commitments that we've made to the community and finishing that project as quickly as possible. So those reports will start developing and become more detailed as that project continues and moving forward. And then lastly, Commission will be reaching out, and I think we've tried to reach out. If we haven't, you will be hearing. There's a couple projects, development projects that are coming near completion that we'd like to schedule a tour for you all to see as well. And so one of those properties is over at West Dixie. They're starting to do some finalization work inside. They're still months away, but we're trying to schedule that kind of tour for you all. That has in line with the conversation you all had last month with regards to the parking along West Dixie and using that lot. So I wanted to make sure that you all had an opportunity to visit the property, but also look at the building itself as well. And then the rest of the information that's in there from the PD and the Miami Gardens and all that, that's all on written, and we can just leave that unless there's something more specific you'd all like.
City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Two quite quick comments. One, we've been making a concerted effort with my partner, Mr. Johnson, that you met, to just try and get done with a bunch of this stupid little personal injury litigation that we've got. We spend money, and we don't need to spend that money. Better to put the money to settling some of these cases and just stop the attorney's fees. I'm trying to keep our fees down. Number two, I did participate in a mediation, a 4-hour mediation today on a case called C&W Pipeline versus City of North Miami Beach. At this time, I would like to request that we schedule at an appropriate time an executive session. They made some presentation about the costs that they'd look for settlement. It exceeds the authority that the manager and I, even with the mayor, could grant. So we're going to gather a little more information from them. We'll schedule something through the clerk at an appropriate time when everybody can come. We can fill you in. But for the record, I need to request the executive session.
Usually happens right like a couple hours before our meeting.
It's certainly.
So depending on if it's next meeting or the following meeting, it'll just be on our meeting date, and it's like, and if it's a CRA, it'll be prior to the CRA, like we've always done.
Or it could be, if you have a workshop scheduled, we can be flexible. So
all right,
we'll come up with something as soon as we have more information. But in order to have one, I have to make the request. I've done it. That concludes my report. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right. That being said, do I have a?
Well, I just want to say.
Wait.
Just want to say something.
No. Commissioner Smart, please.
Thank you. You see, it's 11:04. We didn't rush everything. Of course, we didn't have a quasi judicial item, and that's the part, and that's why we right, and that's why we should workshop those. And look, it's 11 o'clock, and we can leave.
Commissioner Florimon, you had a thought, please, before we close.
Oh, I thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, deep thoughts take about 55 minutes, so I think we'll be here until midnight. No, I just wanted to welcome the new HR director, and I know that the job is a very, there's a lot of nuances, and what I'm hoping to see in your office is that HR has a new face. And I'm just talking about not simply about process and procedure, but that HR needs to really take on more of a holistic approach. And I think not only for this city, but nationwide, people need to feel like HR is a place where they can come to really resolve their issues, to really see progress in their careers, and to really feel like North Miami Beach is their second home. So, I look forward to you bringing some of that here. I don't know you, but I'm hearing good things, and I look forward to seeing that in your department. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor,
Do I have a motion? Huh?
Motion.
and we thank Jacob for stepping up once again.
All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Adjourn.